Kako ide lov?
Zalepio sam. Pazi. Aj, crveni baci.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Diablo 4. No digital art offers. Thank you. Kinda bad day for headache.
Alright, spontaneous video this time, less preparation because this right here needs to get roasted.
Oh yeah, he's gonna re-roast what I already roasted. I only had about 10 minutes to think about it.
Anyone who doesn't know, a video came out somewhat recently from someone who claims to be a former employee of Mr. Beast, and that video contains about 53 minutes of content. Too long, didn't watch, that's totally fine, because I did my own summary breakdown, which I'll link.
Me and my chat watched 2 hours of this.
Down below in the description with legal examples and a full description about the more meaningful claims, again, linked down below. But since all that happened, another member of the Mr. Beast team has come out with a statement, and that statement is absolute, irrefutable garbage that fails to address literally any of the important issues whatsoever in yet another example of how to irreversibly screw up your own public reputation, speedrun edition. Just to clarify, this is yet again not a video about Ava.
And my first glance, by the way, chat, my first glance of this, as chat was also saying, that I went through it, and most of it was just garbage.
Run edition. Just to clarify, this is yet again not a video about Ava Chris Tyson. That's a whole separate problem. There's a lot of really intense issues coming out with regards to all that, and inappropriate behavior, and Discord servers, and private messages, and Jimmy's involved, and the list goes on. But for me, the concept of running illegal lotteries, falsifying game show results, and breaking the law is a lot more immediately interesting when it comes to the world's largest YouTuber, who is renowned across the planet for his incredible generosity, despite the fact that every single bit of it appears to be for personal gain, nothing more. Anyway, a video came out.
Unfortunately, that's most people in this world. No one is pure.
From a former employee who claimed essentially 3 separate things. First, the game show videos are manipulated, directly impacting the integrity of the competition. Second, physical products, namely Feastables chocolate bars, are more akin to lottery tickets than actual merchandise, directly targeting children, which is a pretty severe ethical quagmire. And third, during his t-shirt signing live stream events, the team is frequently offering illegal lotteries, which are either not paid out properly or otherwise violate a bevy of rules and regulations regarding sweepstakes law. In essence, the method by which Mr. Beast has risen to fame and fortune is intrinsically predatory, as it leverages child psychology for maximum profit.
McDonald's does this too.
Pretty intense allegations.
And every other
adding this in postscript because I just noticed
lotteries.
there was 5 hours of one of these live streams where they were doing all this stuff that was still up on Facebook, and now, after all of the news of this broke, they went and
I know Legal Mindset watched the exposed video on the lotteries, arguably not a lottery because the shirts are the product and the price is something extra. Well, that's crazy because I got a bunch of people in my comments saying that I'm defending Mr. Beast because I said that what he's doing has been done by other people and other companies, and I think everyone should be held accountable. But for some reason, I'm the one defending Mr. Beast, so I mean, like, whatever, dipshit. Hi, Mia! Hello! Doesn't make it any worse? No, I agree. I think it's horrible. I think he should get into trouble for this shit.
So they are running around trying to pull every single clip of footage of the stuff that they did, including this one on Facebook. Yeah, that probably says something.
It does. I absolutely agree. I think if you're covering up your steps and trying to hide it, the court, if they go to court, they will bring this up and they will forcibly bring this up.
Don't you think? Well, in my own video, I discussed a couple of those same examples, like rigging a competition between boys and girls by directly removing one of the more skilled players on the boys' team in order to skew the results blatantly on camera. Before going back to some of the more hard-hitting infractions here, I want to read and discuss a statement made by Chucky, who appears to be a high-level Mr. Beast team member, who has taken it upon himself to debunk these allegations with one of the...
Yeah, debunk all the stuff that doesn't matter and doesn't actually address the child gambling and the lottery stuff. I I said that the child gambling was terrible. I said that targeting kids and saying that chocolate is healthy. It's not healthy. It's chocolate, for God's sake. It has sugar in it. Excessive amounts of sugar that he tries to get kids to buy to get lottery tickets. Like I just don't get it. I said it was bad. Just like they hear one thing and then they just comes out the other end like all jumbled up, like diarrhea.
I need more fury.
You're the most evil person in the world because you said a thing I don't like. No, it's like, it's even worse than that. It's just like misconstruing what I'm saying.
Worst responses you can possibly imagine. Normally I just read bullet points or summarize, but for this one I'm going to go point by point, one by one. Quote, I quickly want to debunk some of the info in this video since the guy who made it was on my team. It was my decision to fire him for erratic behavior. He worked at the company for less than a month and wasn't an employee for most of the videos he mentions to have knowledge on. There's so much in this video, and I want to specifically address him saying our videos are fake or staged because this is not true, and I was on set for many of those videos. End quote. Okay, all right, cool, man. Let's hear it. Quote, you won't get in a video unless you're family or friends with someone that works at Beast. This is a wild statement that can easily be proven wrong. There's probably hundreds or thousands of people who have no affiliation to friends/family of Beast employees. Think the 456 people in Squid Game were ages 1 through 100, etc. Jimmy doesn't more than like a dozen people, LOL.
This is a non sequitur. Yes, like, not everyone, obviously, but there's a lot of people that are.
Response? Sure. In the grand scheme of his YouTube channel, Mr. Beast can certainly point to a multitude of examples where people that aren't directly on or affiliated with the production team were part of videos. There were other creators, there's verified instances where a few random fans were chosen for things or won very large sums of money. But here's an example of what that looks like.
Alright, 2 of them. Whoa, 2? I'm sure you don't want the cheaper one? Ah, I'm just messing. You got $1 million. Yeah, he's rich now. You have $1 million.
I don't believe this is real.
It is.
Man, this is crazy.
But this is only a small percentage of what you have.
I don't even know how I'm going to spend it all. This is unreal.
They gave this man
24 hours to do this, chat. He's about to get into it, but essentially they gave him an hour to go buy a house. An hour! It takes me an hour to look at all the listings for houses that I might even like.
24 hours to spend $1 million. He did, while they cracked jokes about how rich he is and all this other stuff. But a few years later, he came out and said this.
He did help me financially, but like giving me money for... I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. That's why I'm trying to word it differently. But he did give me funds, but I just wish instead of like just... Because it's okay to get funds, but to help me invest and to help me be able to be stable on my own without his money, you know?
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I feel like he's just using people. The analogy that I would use for this is like, you teach a man to fish and he'll be able to feed himself forever, but if you give him 1 million fish, he's gonna be reliant on you forever.
I must wait.
Which is the opposite of what you want to do. It just seems very disingenuous, man.
So that's probably one thing I would do differently too. That was the best example I can give you is when we had planned out the house and stuff. I literally had an hour. He had somebody come to my house and we sat down and we planned all this in an hour. Yeah, they came to my house and we planned this out in about an hour. So I wish I would have had more time, and I wish I would have did a couple things differently on the time management side, which I guess I really couldn't help because I had to spend it. I had to spend the money and I had to like do all this.
Why did they pressure him like to do this so quickly? Like, why didn't they... I guess they just didn't want to spend time with him? Like, for content? Well, I guess, yeah. That's the ultimate thing, yeah.
Yeah. There's this thing called sudden wealth syndrome. It's a psychological phenomenon where people who don't typically have a lot of money suddenly acquire a very large amount of it and then proceed to make impulsive, irrational, or self-detrimental decisions, leaving them as bad or worse off than they were before at the end.
That's what happens with like streamers and other people who get a lot of money all of a sudden due to someone's generosity. They don't think ahead and they just like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a house, and then they don't think about the consequences of like oh, maybe I'll get like a really bad mortgage and I won't be able to pay it off because my wealth of like streaming will not stay around forever.
A u životu svakako, ali...
Yeah.
A lot of people probably know of this because when someone wins the Powerball or the lottery or whatever it is, they oftentimes end up back to being broke within a short span of time because they're making really strange decisions because of sudden wealth.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sympathetic to people saying nobody taught me how to be responsible with this money I got. I understood the situation was opportune and time, but I have to say have some level of expectation for them. Counter argument. He's using stupid people for content, and it was purely for content. He picked them. He might not be the smartest person for like making it, but the content that Mr. Beast got out of him was great, and he got a lot of money out of him. So you could argue that he's exploiting him to some extent.
I'm out of fury.
Mr. Beast gives out all this money, but he intentionally condensed the timeline for this winner to a point where he had zero hope of rational decision making.
Yeah.
For the sake of pushing YouTube content, he completely destroyed any chance that this man had of having a truly responsible outcome, which would involve hiring a financial planner, setting up a retirement fund.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like, it's soft exploitation.
And investing in diversified assets, etc., all of which takes time. He intentionally disallowed that from happening. For the sake of making a video more exciting and more clickable for the Zoomer kids hoping to get rich someday off of him, he funneled this winner into a pathway of completely irresponsible decision-making. And I think we need to acknowledge that when we're discussing the random people who go on these game shows trying to win it big. Anyway, reading on.
And then little kids see it and they're like, wow, I want to be Mr. Beast, bro.
Next claim, quote, the train track was CGI, the bus wheels are CGI, the pit is fake. He acts like he's exposing us for using CGI to make backgrounds look cool when we've done multiple public behind-the-scenes videos with So Crispy showing this. It's clearly not a secret. On top of that, we did drive buses in that pit, and same with the train that you claim we didn't. End quote.
I've used this example 100 times with the WWE that people watch. People know it's fake, and they know that they're actors. They just don't care. Same with the CGI.
That part, in my opinion, is totally fine.
Doesn't matter.
I didn't raise that point in my own coverage because I think it's incredibly weak. Editing things so that the bus wheels look like they're spinning is relatively harmless, and doesn't strike me as a point that needed to be emphasized at all. Fair response, but not even one of the more important details. Reading on, the raccoon was a paid actor. I don't even know what to say about this. Clearly not an actor at all. End quote. That was a joke? The guy was making a joke? Responding to the joke as if it's serious is the hallmark of someone who actually can't respond to any substance. I'm sensing a pattern here. Bad look. Quote, island costs more than $1. Not true. We did pay $1 for this island. You can Google Mr. Beast purchases Outer Banks Island for $1, which stated this before the video was released. End quote. Yes, fact check, true.
Actually, community noted. Checkmate, atheist.
The island was sold for $1, with $27 in other taxes and fees afterwards, but that same island is now being leased back to the original owners? Not sure what to make of it, but fine. Island got sold for $1 as a gimmick. He's doing all right so far. Not the worst response ever, but he's not responding to anything of substance at all. Quote,
well, yeah, because the lawyers at Mr. Beast probably told him to address everything that could be absolutely debunked and look like it's a W when it's not. It's such a disingenuous way of arguing for Mr. Beast.
He moved into a mansion 2 months before being in a video, $1 million mansion. He talks about how 2 months before we filmed the first Mac video that he moved into a mansion. Mac was staying at a friend's house, and I'm not sure how that proves anything or why it's relevant. End quote. That's not even a response. That's worthless, but also the initial claim is somewhat irrelevant as well, because this whole who works on the team and when storyline just doesn't matter. It's not hard-hitting. Moving on. Quote,
it still proves the point of the original video where the guy is given a car after dropping out and being the first to lose at a competition. It still doesn't make Mr. Beast look good. You're just like going, and actually he saved a bunch of puppies and kittens. It's like, well, it doesn't matter if he got $1 million in a prize show that's rigged. Have your friends win.
This wink was added in post. Bruh, he really did wink. This is a flat-out lie again. End quote. Maybe. I don't know. Not a good look if the wink is real and it's
Statenina,
one of the things he's
bela
claiming was
koža,
added
crno
in
delo i
post.
staviš
That's
cap.
just a factual discrepancy there. Again, not good, but none of this matters. Chucky is picking around the edges. He's not even pretending to address a single thing that matters. Down below, here he goes again, hyperfixating on stuff that means absolutely nothing. I'm actually going to skip this because it's a waste of mine and everyone else's time. But then finally, Chucky says something that matters, about something that matters, and completely blows up his own response. Quote, not only were the results of this video completely scripted, but the contestants are not random subscribers. He claims our 100 boys versus 100 girls video is scripted, and the proof is a random text saying it is. That's it. It was not scripted. Jimmy probably had countless people on set for that video, and it would have been impossible to hide. This video was not scripted. I was on set for this, and there was no bias for who won.
But they disproved that in the video. Chat, do you remember they had like actual Twitter messages or Facebook messages between him and the PR team? The PR team said, we have to rig this because if the women don't win as much and they lose by a landslide, it looks bad on us, so we have to make it slightly even. It's proven! And GB bribed them mentally, which is actually not how it's supposed to be in a game
welcome
show.
to my channel.
I need time to
You're not supposed to be allowed to bribe people to leave.
He also implies the video is fake because we have some employees on each team. The employees in the video were there to fill in for people who tested positive for COVID last minute right before filming. Thea, Jimmy's girlfriend, mentioned this on a podcast over a year ago.
That doesn't matter. This is like whatever. This is a nothing burger.
If it wasn't for COVID, they would have not been in it. They had the same dollars on the line as everyone else. Some random text of someone thinking it was rigged doesn't mean it's rigged, LOL. And there it is, right there. He completely destroys his own response, and let's showcase precisely why. There is no bias for who won. Wrong. Chucky, you are wrong. This is a lie. During that challenge, there was a twist where whichever team could solve 100 Rubik's Cubes first would be fine, but the loser would have their circle that they had to stay inside cut in half, directly influencing their ability to win the challenge overall. You can quibble about how much that change impacted their ability to win overall, a little bit or a lot, but it did impact them. During that Rubik's Cube event, let's call it, Mr. Beast identified publicly that there was just one boy and one girl able to solve the cubes. He makes a whole big deal out of it.
I'm not ready
But then, again, right in the video, he
actually
says, we're going to make things interesting and offer the one guy in there who knows how to solve them $10,000 to leave the video, which he does. The boy leaves, the team is then quite obviously unable to continue competing in that event with any real chance at completing it, and Mr. Beast goes across to the girls' team and says, quote, I paid the one guy who knew how to solve them to leave.
I must wait.
That Dogpack didn't even include that part. That would have been even better.
I'm low on fury.
The one guy got paid off.
Now, if you don't win, that was all for nothing.
Yeah,
so
win
for me. That's called bias, Chucky, you fucking moron. Also, wonderfully enough, it's a violation of 47 USC 509, which states it shall be unlawful by means of persuasion, bribery, intimidation, or otherwise to induce or cause any contestant in a purportedly bona fide contest of intellectual knowledge or intellectual skill to refrain in any manner from using or displaying his knowledge or skill in such...
This is why I have an issue with people saying, oh, he's gonna get into legal trouble. This isn't reality television. It's not a real contest. They could argue that this was all scripted, so it doesn't matter. That's the issue. Unless it's in concrete, like, hard evidence, which is even harder to prove because, again, it's a YouTube fucking video. It's for entertainment purposes. It's not an actual contest.
Impressive.
Contest, whereby the outcome thereof will be, in whole or in part, prearranged or predetermined. End quote. And the girls did win the...
Just because it hasn't been tried in court doesn't...
Добре.
Guys, it's not against the law to have a scripted YouTube video. He's not McDonald's holding a contest for $1 million. He's Mr. Beast, a YouTube entity that does things for content. It's not against the law. It's an ethical issue. I I totally agree.
Like a
I
pug.
think this is absolutely scummy and
I'm not
disgusting.
ready yet.
I'm not arguing that.
Bitch.
The Amazon promo of Beast video, but this is a YouTube video we're talking about. Yes, if it's an Amazon thing, then yeah, sure.
I'm not
это
ready
ты
yet.
делал.
Hello.
Saying it's scripted is a gray area.
Hello.
It's not though. It's a YouTube video. They're claiming it isn't scripted. Yeah, I totally agree. But again, you can't really say, oh, well, the YouTube video is fake.
Tamo je jedan.
Therefore, promotes and advertises it as masses as authentic. Just because it's not ethical doesn't mean it's not. Just because something is against ethics and morality doesn't mean it's legal, and vice versa.
I must wait.
Legal issues for an AG to pursue. I can make my own mind on the rest of the issues. Again, it's just all lawyerisms. Legal mindset said himself. He's a lawyer. The lawyer, the guy that does work for this like full time, and he does YouTube videos, said that all of this is a bunch of.
Kako jebot?
He doesn't know if it even holds up in court at this point because it's all YouTube videos.
Overall challenge, meaning that the only real question is whether or not the world's largest YouTube channel, with hundreds of millions of followers and views, is governed by broadcasting law.
It's not advertised as a game show. It's advertised as a YouTube video. You guys are missing the point completely. That's what I'm saying is fucked up about this whole situation. The fact that he has his own employees in a game show is already really, really bad. Somebody would have called him out on it already. That's why it's not advertised as a game show.
Or if they are somehow immune to the governing regulations of game shows, traditional game shows, despite having a larger audience and higher prize money than any other similar program. To be fair, that question can actually be debated forever. But what can't be debated is the fact that Mr. Beast directly influenced the challenge and...
That's another thing. He's directly influencing it. Every time on Survivor,
Kad dižeš nekoga sa nekromancerom.
influence the show, but the contestant is influenced the show by voting someone off because it is something that is within the
To ono što su promenili, ja?
you're allowed to do that. The producer didn't say you're going to go vote this guy off. It was someone within the contestant.
Pa ti diži nikakav problem čovjeka s bountyjem, ali si u deficitu.
Onda umjesto da je jedan mrtav, dvojice su napola gotovi.
Point blank, period, Chucky. The rest of the response is more useless garbage. He doesn't even make a passing
A obojice ginu po metaku, umjesto samo jedan.
The other guy is lying. Mr. Beast hasn't done anything.
Yes, but the current game show Amazon is doing for Mr. Beast is unfair, and a lot of people are coming out, and even hospitals are treating the injured contestants. Okay, then, you think the multi-billion-dollar company doesn't care about like getting sued by the common public and getting sued for billions of dollars? Guys, Amazon is even bigger than Mr. Beast. You really think they didn't think this through? Yeah, we will see when it comes out. I need to litigate it beforehand. We're arguing, like, I'm arguing that it's fucked up and it's legally probably something that needs to be dealt in court. Amazon is so incompetent, I'm surprised they're just YOLO. But Amazon loves money. Why would they go against something that will lose them money, is what I'm saying. Everyone is on legal expert. I mean, I'm not a legal expert. That's why I'm saying I don't know if this is even something that can be sued or taken to court. They're not even regulated by the FCC because it's a YouTube video.
Wrong. But from where I sit, this is a pretty stunning example of someone doing things wrong that are predatory and unethical, as the metaphorical levee breaks and the world.
I still don't understand why they're taking down videos either, because if they go to court, these videos are gonna get brought up. They can't hide it. It's just a safe public face.
Kind of wakes up the fact of who they are and what they do. Actually, the final outro is worth reading, and it goes like this, quote, Jimmy spends unfathomable amounts of money and time to ensure the integrity of what he does, and I hate to see it come into question.
Unfathomable amounts of money and time, but then he only gives an hour to the guy. He only gives an hour to the guy he gives $1 million to because he really cares about these people, and he has a lot of integrity. He would never fuck over someone by giving them an hour to figure out what house to buy. Yeah, very integral. He really cares about them. For sure. Just like McDonald's cares about the Amazon rainforest.
With a bunch of lies. Dawson, if you leave this up, then you're a hypocrite. End quote. But from where I sit, it is painfully clear that Mr. Beast's competitions have zero integrity. He openly manipulates the results in a multitude of ways. There's many, many more examples. I told some of them in the prior video, which again is linked down below. But yeah, there's a bunch of examples. This debunking response is completely worthless. And the real substance of the initial video itself has nothing to do with just editing the videos. The real substance is selling merchandise on a live stream while you tell everyone someone who buys a shirt in the next 5 minutes will get thousands of dollars in the package, which causes people to spam buy your t-shirts, which you profit from. And then when the 5 minutes are over, you say, wait, don't we owe someone money? Okay, someone who buys in the next 30 seconds will get the money in their...
This is where I think that Mr. Beast is probably going to get sued on for at least the live streaming shit. You're live streaming and lying to the public and getting people to buy even more of your product. That's what I think is gonna get him into a lot of deep shit. Yeah.
Their order, thus invalidating the purchase of anyone who bought the shirt during those first 5 minutes to have a shot at winning prize money because you changed the rules. That is, in no uncertain terms, illegal, okay? And it's further emphasized by the deletion of those live streams because they know it's illegal and they didn't want to face consequences for their predatory behavior and gimmicky, horrible tactics. The Mr. Beast team is falling apart.
The issue with those lotteries is you can't just give away prizes without clearing this with the proper authority, since you as a lottery organizer still have to pay taxes on the prizes. That's what I'm saying. Again, there was people in the comment section saying shit like, well, the fact that these kids is like totally he is doing it within the means of what is allowed for a YouTube video. That's what's fucked up about it. I'm not defending it. I personally don't think that you should be allowed to advertise cigarettes in movies, which they stopped doing. They still do it sometimes, some whatever. It doesn't matter. That's just my moral opinion and my ethical opinion on it. The law says that you're still allowed to have cigarettes in movies so that they can make, like, you know, characters look hot and whatever. So... Okay, you're getting that. Anyway, very honest first time shatter. Yeah, and he says, I want to smash your avatar. What do you expect from YouTube comments? I don't know. I have such poor self-control when I see dipshits comment saying like, you're defending you're saying that because he's not gonna get into legal trouble, you just want everyone to keep loving Mr. Beast. That's such a fucking dumbass thing to say.
Chris Tyson is now a full-blown multi-viral scandal that just keeps on getting worse. The predatory reality of how they organize competitions and merchandise was not debunked. It was made exponentially worse by another employee now saying there is no bias and Jimmy spends unfathomable amounts of money to ensure the integrity of what he does. But again, the atmosphere I see is one where a channel that pretty much always exploited people, hiding under an extremely thin and very disingenuous veneer of
like donating to charity, so everything he does is okay. That's another thing that blows my mind. I completely condemn the fact that he's hiding behind the fact that he's helped people, but now people are defending him, but I'm somehow the bad guy for saying that it's legally what he's doing could be completely okay because he's doing it on fucking YouTube, and YouTube should be held accountable for it. Ugh. Yo, Penguin Lord, thank you so much. I appreciate the nice words, man. Yeah, it's clearly a shield. It's a front.
But we give it all away. We're so charitable while they get filthy rich off of underage gambling.
McDonald's does the same thing. They donate through the Ronald McDonald Society. They sponsor the Olympics, which arguably is absolutely dog shit, and the Olympics suck. But that's besides the point. It doesn't matter. They're still feeding kids junk food and making them fat.
People's desperation background is now losing public support. I think it's deserved, but time will tell. That's it. Not sure if I'll cover the Ava Chris Tyson stuff. It's got about as much public scrutiny as humanly possible right now anyway, so it's not like I'd bring anything unique or new to the table, but this angle seems to be quite a bit less well-known, so it felt worth it. If you want to support the channel, there's links down below. Special VPN deal, locals and Patreon, and more, but I'll cut it there. As always, thank you all for watching. Question everything, and have a nice night.
Guys, check them out. Upper Echelon. Woo! Very cool.
I must wait. I need time to do that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to do that.
Yeah, I think they lied. I think some people don't answer truthfully, but it's like, how do you realistically test that someone is like, you know, not in a relationship? Some people could have lied.
Data sets with over 10 times the sample size.
I need more time.
Yeah, that's decent. 2,000? Yeah.
Show that virginity is steadily increasing very marginally. It's not nearly as sensational as the 2018 graph that went viral. Also, in this graph, the rates between men and women are quite similar and following the same trend. Now, again, these are all surveys. It's not like scientists are running around gathering the fiber off of these guys' scrotums to actually prove concretely whether or not they're getting laid. Okay, they could be lying. There could be a...
Yeah, there's like a, there's like a word for it, but when you're answering a survey and the social pressure of like answering it truthfully, you might just not want to do it, even if it's anonymous, because it's like the internal struggle.
I must wait.
Some people just don't want to answer.
Hawthorne effect going on here, but it would be dishonest to say that's what's going on with this newer graph when everybody on the internet took the 2018 General Social Survey graph at complete face value. People will...
What if they took this survey and then it kind of perpetuated into the culture?
I need time
like,
to do that.
To some degree. What if that happened? Maybe that was influenced or in some way because of terminally online like people sitting on Twitter.
I need time to do that.
Seeing this graph and be like, yeah, I freaking knew it. Like a butterfly effect or something of that nature.
On the internet, latch on to the most sensational,
yeah,
extreme data there is, even though it's far from the best. And then I did the same thing, drawing all these conclusions. And I mean, there is a slight trend going on.
I did see, I saw multiple videos using that graph. I think Shoe on Head had one that was about male celibacy.
I need more
or
time.
Something of that degree that she brought up that graph. I believed it. I had no idea that it was only 120 people that took that test. Small sample sizes skew the actual nature of a study very much so. I learned that in college. It was like the most basic thing.
But it's not that crazy.
I'm not
In
ready
actuality, you might just be a fucking loser. So are incels valid? I guess it depends. If it's just about getting laid, there are a lot of girls nowadays that aren't too picky with that sort of thing. They're very loosey-goosey. They've been hopping on Ween like a daily routine long before.
Dude, this guy's a poet.
I need more
seriously.
Before the day they've turned 18. I suppose you could call them, well, I mean, I'm pretty tolerant. I would call them free, expressive.
I need more time.
But I've heard them been referred to as dirty whore. Point is,
true.
I need time to do that.
Would you rather be an incel or a cuck? No, I would rather be an incel. I would rather be alone than to watch someone I like getting courted. Like, what kind of question is that? That is stupid. Yeah. No, thank you. I'm good. His hand? Yeah. I see it, chat. I see it.
If you just want to have sex, I really don't think that itself is that hard. I don't find it to be a remarkable feat. I don't think you have to be a particularly impressive guy. You know, I hate to say the cliche thing, but I've seen a lot of conventionally unattractive guys have success with getting laid a lot. They're just out.
Even when I was in school and all these girls were like talking about like getting laid and stuff, I remember there was a lot of girls that lost their virginity like pretty early.
I must wait.
It's more about confidence than looks. Yeah, I would say that's a big factor. Yeah, casual sex. I remember they would go to parties and stuff and like, you know, have sex with boys and then brag about it. I thought that was very strange, but then again, I also played World of Warcraft, so I can't talk. And League? Ew. Yeah, I don't know. I never went to those parties. I've been to like maybe a total of 3 parties in my life. And that was like for like drinking and stuff. Yeah. League? No, I did play League for a bit, but it was mostly WoW.
Came apart nicely.
I play WoW and League, but I'm a fuckboy. What's the problem? No, you're not. You typing in a Twitch chat. You're lying.
This whole chat only thing, it basically all comes from data from online dating, which is a sausage fest that shouldn't be taken seriously. The internet bleeds into real life a little bit, but there are...
Yeah, Kanye West being with Kim Kardashian. It's all about the power and the confidence. It's all about the power.
Plenty of normal people getting together.
Easy.
If you look at the data honestly, or you could just go outside and see them. So how many incels are there actually? Some people would posit that they don't exist, that any man, if he tries hard enough, can find a partner if he just...
There's a really old episode from The Simpsons where Marge finds her old boyfriend from like high school, and he has a lot of money, and she ends up picking Homer over him because she loves Homer. But like the long story short of it is that he tried to sway her with like money and like confidence and like being cool and like being famous. And I think that's a big factor for a lot of people as well. Like, you might not be conventionally attractive or like an 8 out of 10, but if you have confidence and you're funny, for me personally, I think funny is like one of the biggest factors for like dating someone or being friends with someone even.
Does the right things, as if human sexuality is completely moral and fair and there's no genetic factors involved. There are some people, some true cells, they're called, in the sort of incel vernacular. Men with autism have a very high chance of being a virgin. I don't think it's really people's place to sit there and gaslight these guys when they're on a fundamentally different social wavelength, so they're valid. Life circumstances do produce genuine incels, but there aren't a lot of them. They're actually relegated to the bottom percentages of men.
Yeah.
Not like many people would claim that the bottom 80% of men aren't getting any action whatsoever. Even guys that might
Have you ever been to a job and you just saw some guy who's just like he does like hard drugs, or he just drinks all the time or something, and he still has a girlfriend? Like, realistically, there is someone out there for you. You probably just don't have the confidence, or you just don't want to for your own personal reasons. You can, like, it's possible. Yeah, because they're on drugs too. Well, I mean, I might have like gone a little bit too far, but like, I remember someone told me a story of a guy that would go out drinking every night, and he still had a wife that he went back home to, and he was not super attractive.
Consider themselves incels or incel adjacent usually aren't going to be that. I'm not even sure if a lot of self-identified incels are even less attractive than the average guy. There are a select...
Yeah, they could also be really, really smart. I think there's like a study of like people who have like above average like population IQ. They are a lot more miserable and cynical, so they just can't find someone who is on the same level due to circumstances of life and maybe even like career choices. It sucks because it's like you can't really meet someone in today's age unless it's like online, but even then online doesn't really carry over because online relationships don't work out because you're not meeting in person, and meeting in person is a massive factor in dating. Yeah.
I'm not ready
I just don't go out a lot. I mean, that's also another thing. I think a lot of people post-pandemic don't really want to go outside. They're less inclined.
I must wait.
Anything that isn't swiping right is considered creepy. Yeah, that's another thing. I think culturally we've also devolved into like dating apps being the most acceptable, what is it called? It's like, it's one of the more acceptable ways of like meeting people, and back in the day, it used to be more about like going out and meeting with the community. I got nothing to do in my shithole of a town. That sucks, man.
I need time to do that.
Nowadays, it's just like Discord e-kittens and like guys playing Valorant who are higher ranked than them trying to like develop a relationship.
I must wait.
But it doesn't mean anything because I think there's stories of people who used to not like use the internet to pursue romantic relationships or even just friendships in general. They would go outside and meet people. And now it's like lessened so much over time that people are suffering.
Few of true cells. But really for most guys, it is a matter of standards. How low are you willing to go? I can go use these apps or go get drunk enough to be sociable and pork a 4. If you haven't, it might sort of eat away at you. You might think it's way...
Yes, actually, that's a really good point. You could go pork a 4, but you're not gonna marry a 4 because you probably have an internal ego inside of yourself that won't let you. And that's why it's called settling. Some people just settle for a 4 or 5.
A more impactful
I'm not ready yet.
And better than it actually is. But if you do it, you realize there's nothing there. It's quite pointless and kind of gross. So I'm not technically involuntarily celibate. And despite what the internet would tell you with cherry-picked bad data, most men aren't. But it's not like these goofy internet words actually mean anything anyways.
No, they do. I think he's having a really good dialogue. How old is this guy? He's pretty freaking smart.
I'm not ready yet.
I like his Lacoste shirt. Or jumper. He's 21, 20. Damn, bro. Yo, he's got it together. I think he's really smart.
I must wait.
He's really articulate. Yo, Voice in the Walls! Thank you the $50! Are you shitting me? Thank you so much, man.
I must wait.
Alanan Plush Hug Lots. Yo, thank you. Alanan Plushie is coming out on August 13th, by the way. Hit him up. Bro, don't be weird.
I need more time.
Done his homework. This is my first time watching this video, or like from this guy, and I'm just like, damn.
But does this mean that there are no
not ready yet.
legitimate gripes? There are no good points raised by these guys? Is dating today completely fine and you're just a loser if you have problems with it? I suppose it would be fair to call me an incel, because when I look at postmodern dating, when I look at the state of relationships today, I do hate it. I do despise almost everything that I see. I think it's deeply twisted and all fucked up. Allow me to...
I think that people are also a lot more brutal nowadays. There's not a lot of like censorship, and the internet allows people to get roasted, and
something feels wrong.
Like the likelihood of you getting into a relationship with a chick or a guy, and then if you break up with them and your DMs are all over the internet, and if you're especially if you're in the age bracket between like 18 and 25 now, that likelihood of you like
I'm not ready yet.
Found and having that privacy of like a relationship being made fun of in the internet is extremely high, even if you're not an influencer. Because like everyone has a Twitter now, everyone has a Snapchat now, everyone has an Instagram. God knows if they have like a couple of thousand followers and then they leak you're like, oh, he broke up with me, and then he would say these things. Like my ego would get hurt if that happened to me. It's horrible.
I need more time.
To define my parameters for a successful relationship. The longest running study of human happiness is quite thorough. It's been going on for 70-something years, studying the same sample group. Frequently, there are check-ins. They don't just give these people surveys. They do blood work, brain scans, test every measure of their mental and physical health, which are correlated. What did they find? You ask?
I need time to do that.
People with close personal relationships. Now, the original study group is old now. This is almost always supplied by their life partner, their marriage. People with strong, close personal relationships, by every metric, were better off.
Od prvih igra bi možda Elden Ringa, ali ono, solo sam već prešao. Počeo sam bio s Kecanom, onaj kao co challenge. Počeli smo bili od levela 1, znaš, zajedno. Kako interesantno.
How many of you guys have had like your parents say something like, "Oh, when are you gonna have kids? When are you gonna get grandkids?" Or like, "When are you gonna give me grandkids?"
Si vidio da treba da bude opet neki Twitch drops. Ne, stavili su na Twittera, kak će to biti? Vjerojatno da što više promovišu a novu mapu i novi UI. U suštini...
Pa tu bi koliko to će biti, brate, koliko gigabajta onda update? 40-50 gigabajta, ali to sve ide na novo se lepi.
Ja dobro shvati, imat ćeš prvo jednu mapu. Koju ćeš moći da igraš. Pa poslije mjesec dana još jednu, ali samo još jednu. Razumeš?
Čekaj, a ove stare mape?
Je li ko slušao šta su oni rekli? Ja slušam. Znači imat ćeš jednu, niko drugi, znači neš moći nijednu da biraš više, samo onu novu. Pa poslije mjesec dana imat ćeš, ja mislim, onu prvu mapu. Mislim da je prva mapa. Mislim, nisam sigurno koji su.
Stillwater Bayou kao, jel?
Da. Tako da, nisam siguran da će baš igra biti toliko velika. Dok ti misliš, ne vidim potrebu da bude toliko velika ako ostale mape će biti ne igre.
Ja sam razumeo da će biti jedna mapa, to sam razumeo, to skoro 2 mjeseca.
Ne, mjesec dana.
Da, ali sam skonto da posle se vraća u normalno.
Ne. Tako što su ljudi pitali da li u sred, znaš ono što su bile promjene tamo u igri, Frost event, kad su promijenili traitove, ne znam kako radi kad je Tomislav rekao, to će biti kraj eventa pa će to da vrate. Ne, neće. Ono što kad tek jednom promjeni to ostaje, razumiješ? Oni retko kad vrate u requests. Retko kad. Sve ako nešto nije gadno zabagovano, onda ga kao pedal back. Oh my god. Tu parti.
Hello guys.
What?
What is waterfall?
Okay. Jebote. Mlado čete.
Hello.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Farewell.
Tako se pare zarađuju. Nekako. Sve je kod mene na tender. O. Problem. Take care. Ba. Udari Konane.
I need more time. I need time to do that.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
I'm not ready yet.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
A ti i ovaj moj drugar, ovaj Rumun, dva jedina tipa koja poznajem koji ono imaju dosta pozitivan, da kažem, stav prema ovi randomizerima, znaš.
O, ja biram, brate.
Biraš u fazonu...
Ja biram, ono kad mi se pojavi uđem vidim koliko imaju kilova, kako da i šta imaju od loadouta.
Dobro, ako ima dobar, tako što ga ti KDA i ako ima neki meme loadout, tipa, ne znam, ono, ručni samostrel i lebel.
Da, može.
I must wait. I need time to do that.
You set a finger on this and I'll add it to my collection.
Very good.
I must wait.
There.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Ejde bre, udri mamu svoju. Brš!
You saved my life.
I need time to do that.
Ti gleda stavlja neko bio na kanalu i onaj neurotik možda. Taj da sam i ja jednom, ali sličan video. Ono kao zašto su moderne igre gej. Ono, nemaju sebi ono testosterona, ono nula, razumeš. Mekane su, da kažemo tako.
ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to do that. I must wait. I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Watch out for the ambush,
I'm
guys.
not ready yet.
Bounty is not taken.
Vjerujem pa da te boss ren.
Ma, napadamo boss lair, ali nije uzet
I must wait.
A da li čujete buku unutra neku nešto?
Pa tek prilazimo. Slobodimo. Sad ja pretpostavljam da smo na long gamu i da su se načačkali negdje okolo.
Imaš tu varijantu, a da li imaš varijantu da solo igrat? Aha.
Jedan je uzao, sad ćemo da vidimo.
I must wait.
U prošlom meču kad smo igrali bilo je trojica provera. Znam što?
6 zvezdica. Pa postavljam, mislim.
Evo ga, nije solar, uzeli su.
Ja, znaš koliko će biti solera sa sljedećim updateom. A jedno 30% manje. To jest...
Evo leti ova.
I'm not ready yet.
Buba.
Aha, da ispitujem malo.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need time to do that. I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I must wait. I must wait. I must wait. I need more more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Jebote kako, jebote.
To je trading, a?
Nije trading. Ne znam kako zna gdje sam, jebote, nije mi jasno uopšte.
Dobre slušalice.
I need more time.
Dobre slušalice.
Dobre slušalice, šipak, brate, gori vatra okolo, sve mitke, feta, onaj zvuk ispusta, nema šanse da me čuva, jebote. Ja provjerim, on čeka, brate, nišan i tačno tu gdje ću da izađem, jebote. Jebote. Pogledaj ti kakve nubare mene ubijaju, jebote.
si opsednuti čoveče?
A?
A Milanu govorim video. Neki demon ga je poseo zadnje 3 nedelje, ne znam šta mu je.
Ja ga ne čujem, gdje ga ti
A
čuješ?
vidim da je mutiran, nego gledam šta piše, nešto opet izvuka.
Demon ga je opseo.
Ja to samo mogu objasniti ko da je demoniziran. Ja ništa nisam uradio sa svojim setupom. Samo sam kupio drugi monitor, pošto mi crkao onaj stari AOC i stavio isto na sto ko što je bio. I ovdje se nešto našao u prozori, piše to, a kad ja budem izbacio, posle vi mene prozivajte kada ovo, pa ću 5 puta bolje.
Kad ja budem super računar.
Što se on nalazi lično prozvan, ja ne znam. Šta si mu radio? Šta si mu radio? Jebo si ga. Stvarno, Boris. Oh my god.
Ali evo, rekao sam mu tu, niste vi bili tu, rekao sam pred Andrejom Nenadom i ne znam ko je bio Kecman. Ako on bude uzeo 4090 ili 7900 XTX, evo, životom se kunem da mu utram kurac, uzet ću dve iste i stavit ću ih u Crossfire. I da ga onda vidim. I da ga čujem. Kupit ću dve 7900 XTX i stavit ću ih u Crossfire. Kaže on, a treba će ti...
Ima 24 giga video rama, jebote.
Kaže, a treba će ti onda bolje napajanje, pa rekao, druže moj, nisi video što ja imam rezervno napajanje tu, klikao sam ti, imam Cooler Master od 1200 vati, evo, može 3 takve grafe nosi, ne 2. Sam dobio nešto u kompenzaciji iz desk računara, što su mi bili kratki, pa sam uzeo to napajanje, nisu imali šta drugo da mi daju. Jer razmišljao sam da ga stavim, da ga prodam, ali ko zna, stoji, možda zatreba.
Misklik.
A to Cooler Masterov od 1200 pojede i mog Sonika i tog njegovog Asusa, što mu je seko nokte, jevi. Čekaj, pokušavam da shvatim šta je ovo teo da napiše. CPU, a imamo i mi nešto da izvodimo debelo na 100.
Šta on to vodi?
CPU 54, stepeni GPU 56, stepeni na 99% i tu je oko 200 TPC-a na 1440p, meni dosta. Jest da je ovo je 8700K na 80%, ali to još malo menjamo pa ćemo dobiti...
Je to neko takmičenje da ja ne znam? Šta se dobija za prvu nagradu?
700 i još koji FPC. Sad ovo ne znam šta je, jer sam uhvatio kadar napolja na širinu, u neku prostoriju da nabijem svih 240 FPC što može da potegne monitor. Kakvi su to demoni, Ovo je zabrinjavajuće.
Ti i Tomislav to radite njemu, znaš?
Misliš, a?
Da, on se osjeća nesiguran, znaš, u sebe.
Kazi Toma na moru, otišao je negdje na more i piše mi malo na Whatsappu. Šta je ono Milano, znam šta opet lupeta.
Pa vi ste ga, da kažemo, razjarili.
Šta je ono Milano, opet lupeta. Viš kako je pametno on napravio ovo prikazivanje u MS Afterburneru. Samo ono što je njemu potrebno da bi pokazao, a ne sve parametre.
Tačno.
Demonizirani mi on.
Ložite vatru, sad kad se zapali. Ali ništa od toga nema. Nema on toliko love da trči taj maraton, bojim se.
Ipak, backup petrol to završava. Makiću, si bio tu kad je dobio nadimak backup petrol? Petrol. Makiću.
Ne, nisam bio.
Izjavio je juče, kaže, kako kad radi na silosu, on pored onih džakova žita, on pandrlja dnevno i 30-40 litara dizela, znaš, pored toga. Ja kažem, pa ti si Beka Petrol.
Petrolović.
Beka Petrol, firma nova. Kako je kamionđija tu što je radio u firmi, pa je stalno imao neke rezerve benzina, čudnovato iznikle od nikud je imao, a prezivao se Beljkaš, pa smo ga zvali Beljkaš Petrol. Pa mi to nekako slično. Joj.
Petrolović.
To je na ruskom, pošto se on deklariše ko polurus.
Polurusofil.
Beka Milanović Petrolović.
Ili Petrolovski, tako nešto.
A gde je nesta sad čuveni Sokol?
Ko znam.
Čuveni crnogorski Sokol koji Crnu Goru viđao nije, a?
Kaže ne voli da se kupa. Ja, ozbiljno, to mi je rekao. Ne to da... Nego kao... Ne drži ga, znaš, da kao se on banja u vodu i to.
To je razlog zašto ne ide na more, ali?
A ima to drugi razlog. Ima... Ima izvestan problem fizički i zato ne voli kad se šeta u papučama i kad ide na more i kad ga ljudi zagledaju. Znaš da on ima fobiju kad bi ga ljudi vidjeli da on nosi naočare. Ja mislim kako bi ga ljudi gledali kad bi stvarno pokazao da ima neku slabost, da on nije Gosim perfekcije.
A šta ima sa...
A ne mogu da pričam, moraš da ga pitaš.
A jebote, pljujete na sav glas.
A ne, boli me briga, neću to da kažeš. Nek ti on kaže. Pitaj ga zašto ti, Milan, ne ideš u papučama na plažu. Samo ga to pitaj. Možda je prije koliko hoće. Ja opet...
Smrde noge.
A ne, smrde noge, nije to, nego... Ima nekih... Falinki. Ajmo reći falinki.
Reci mi, je li ima sve prste?
Možda mu fali koji. No, ozbiljno, čovjek gušta, šta ti kaže? Nije to strašno, nego to je sad sebi nešto uvrtao u svoj mozak da je on mutant.
Sada neka stovaše kiselina drka od juče i jebe mu mamu. Bad boys, ride or die. Novi bad boys. Ja neko gledam.
Ne znam šta je. Čuo sam te, ali ne znam šta je. Wow. Opa. Bad boys, so what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they're coming for you?
Pogledaj ove pičke jebote. Izlazi sa mape, ja stvarno ne mogu da verujem jebote.
Ti s Bountyjem?
Moguće da ima takvih ljudi. Jedan Bounty ima od krokodila jebote. Kakvo govno čoveka, kakvih ljudi ima.
Pa možda nemaju novca.
A rank 100, šta nema novca?
Pa dobro, možda hoće da bude milijunaš.
A, beš je jebote.
Imaš ih tamo na onome Reddit boardu koji kaže, kao zaradio sam prvi hunt milion, kaže idem na 2. Ja ono, tam zap.
Zašto onda ne igra kao Solar pa nek skuplja pare jebote? Nek trči po mapi, ostane zadnji i nek trči po mapi, nek skuplja pare. Šta je problem?
To ja radim.
Čovjek non stop stoji 30 metara od nas i skida kilove svima. Kako govno jebote život. Ne mogu da verujem. Kako može neko bude takav kretan jebote. I naravno privatan profil da nemaš slučajno nešto da mu napišeš. Jebote, kakvi to su ljudi, brate, jednostavno koji nemaju život.
Je, ali ako ti nešto napraviš, on će tebi sigurno da napiše nešto, znaš?
Da, to sam ja i napisao bio jedno. Najbolji su mi ti, brate, što su zaključali svoj profil, a seru po tuđim profilima. Ako si ti već zaključao svoj profil, onda nemoj kuckat.
Uzdrži se od komentarisanja bilo koga.
Da bili govna.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Slavko Jovanovic. Welcome to my channel.
Napred naši.
Napred Ilija.
Čiji ti je to emoji? To tvoj emoji, Slavko, a? Kogod ti to napravio. Oh my god. Vidio ga ovdje. Ja vas te pošlim se.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Samo da se javim na blik spremam tortilj.
Nemaš tortilja. Dobro, dobro.
Posl kaljem zombie.
A. Pa da, tim redom.
I need time to do that.
Slavko legendar.
I need more time.
A keiko drogase.
Ha, šta znam. Ja. Ti ćeš mene da vežbeš kanapom. Dođi bre vamo. A šta ja znam, ono kao raspevani koljač ili tako nešto.
Should your neighbor raise their hand against you, strike it from their wrist. As the strong shall endure the chaos to come, the weak shall be devoured.
Ma jel.
I'm not ready yet.
What you gonna do, what you gonna do when they're coming? Ko je to?
Da gledam film ove partije.
I'm not ready yet.
A neki novi film da si našao da je dobar.
A neka fantastika, ne znam da li je dobro. Rebel Moon Part 1.
To. Gledaj pa reci da se sviđa.
A ima vidim već drugi dio, nešto brzinski bad.
A ne, to su, ne, to više para se uzme tako. Više para se uzme tako.
Ali imaš običan Rebel Moon 1.2 i imaš Director's Cut.
Ne,
I kakav je direktor's cut?
Bolji nego ovaj, mnogo bolji.
A, pa dobro.
Šta neke scene nove imaš?
A nije, nego imaš verzije.
I mnogo bolje se razume sve što se dešava. Sve ono što izbacio iz filma se ovdje. Prvi deo traje 3,5 sata.
Ne mu zajebavati.
I need time to do that.
Znaš šta ti je to? Ti ja najkraće moguće objasnim. Jesi gledao 7 samuraja ili ono 7 veličanstvenih? To je nešto na taj fazon.
A na taj fazon u budućnosti.
Sve si ti objasnio.
To je Toshiro Mifune prvi napravio japanski film.
Da.
Pa su onda izbacili taj western sa Yul Brynnerom, pa izašao remake western sa Denzel Washingtonom.
A imaš i Japanci radili posle anime. Seriju kao omaž. Isto u budućnosti smeštena sa samurajima, robotima, čudima. A ovo ti je nešto na taj fazon. Samo što je sa glumcima,
I need time to do that.
Da.
I must wait. I must wait.
O, mater ti. Bezobrazno. Glasnogovornik.
Opsednuti, demonizirani.
Petrov.
I must wait.
Petrov.
Ali stvarno on ima godinu i po dana upisanog radnog iskustva, što ima tomu je stvarno na petrol pumpi, znaš. Samo si ti zebao. Pogodio si u centar. Ne, to mu je jedino radno staža što mu je ikad upisano. Ovo sve je ilegala.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I need time to do that.
Šta je sad Pantić izlupito na fejsu, evo Dracula okačio.
White.
Ao, Nenade, šta ti je, Nenade?
Šta je Nenade? Što je
Šta
ga
nudiš, bre, tamo ljudima piju kafu, bre, u noću. Četiri, ti lud, bre. Te opljačka neko je.
Gdje ne opljačka?
Šta je na Fejsu objavio, jebem ti bleco?
Ne znam šta. A, ovo... To, ako neko hoće da se samo ubije, može doći nekom pričavu. Da ga ja ubijem. Ko smije be mene da opljačka, be gadinovački, be? Jesam nudi nenormalan.
Bolje ludi normalno nego nogu bezobrazan.
Forge awaits your return. Good salvage. One of my better pieces.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Pa gdje si demorani, sunce ti poljubim, evo. Pa ja radim do 11, sad ne
I
mogu.
need more time.
Ne mogu, samo smo ja i Nemanja u smeni sad.
I need time to do that.
On zero, far away. I see one guy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Ja ne vjerujem, čovjek me ladno ubio bombom.
I need time to do that.
Ima šikarom. Frag.
What the fuck, man?
Ja sam se sam ubio.
I'm not ready yet.
Pardon.
Zabraz ček. 1, 2, 3, bum.
I'm not ready yet.
Ma šta ti radi, dragi čuti? Ma vidio sam da glupiraš se bez veze.
Ajde, bre, ovaj me ubi čovjek. Pogledaj s čime on mene ubio, sa 65 metara, evo. Ajde.
Čime? Sa samostalom?
Ma kakav samostalno, najle Mark Aperka.
I must wait.
njemu kad je ovaj debil mi je skinuo 25 kelta, jebote. Evo i ovog ubio prije. Samo moram sad po dunju za 10 minuta. Evo, život, ne mogu da verujem.
I must wait.
Hajle, mat upper kad to ne možeš golnu pogoditi s time.
Viš da neko može.
Pa jebote, ovaj s dinamitom me ladno ubije, kakav debil je. Ovi što igraju s ovim dvojkama, jedinicama, ovi streameri, ovo su mi
I must wait.
kaču, kako ih ubijaju, kako ih pale, kako... Jaj. Pogotovo ovaj huge.
I'm not ready yet.
Ovaj huge,
On-
se vidi da su ljudi koji su tek počeli da igraju.
On tvrdi da on dosta mimuje i uzima gluposti. To on tvrdi. Da igra dosta mim buildova i da mu...
A ovaj me ubio, ima 3.13.
Ima 3.13 i 3 zvezdice.
Ovo ima 3.13, 9.500 kilo.
Not ready yet.
Should your neighbor raise their hand against you, strike it from their wrist. For as the strong shall endure the chaos to come, the weak shall be devoured.
To ću ja to mislio da glumim. Mora da je Rus.
Nije Poljak.
A ne, to.
Izvinjam se, iz Austrije. To je Nenadov neki.
Opa.
To je to.
Da nije Psycho Ghost. Na drugom profilu.
I must wait.
Ako iz Austrije.
I must wait.
Imaš.
Nije Psycho Ghost. Mislim, igra, ali nije.
I must wait.
Može.
Kako ti znaš da to on?
I must wait. I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Kad uspiju veli što se se mora kad uspješ ono što sam ja uspio danas.
Kad ne miriš budu dio nas. Šta?
Kad ubije čovjeka se derinče.
Ma ne znam šta je derinč. U poluoružje ne zna ni šta radi, ni koliko dometa ima. Makić mi jučer objašnjava kako radi, koja puška i koliko ima domet. Ja umirem od smeha. Ovo ima više sati, nema pola ovdje ljudi. Grba kad nema pojma i dalje.
I'm not ready yet.
Ne znate dobijete aligatora. Ja se izvinjam Makić, ne ti, ali... Gosten lovac igra svaki dan Hanč Oda, ne zna aligatora dobije. Aligator ga pojede. Imaš jučer fight Milan Drakula, ja mislim i Gardinovački. Aligator ih je deklasirao bio. I Gardinovački, ja mislim, nije digo, da i Gardinovački nije digo, ja mislim, to bi bilo.
Gardi dobio meč.
Aligator ih pobi tamo. Sve. Aj dobro, Peđe ne igra, stvarno, stalno, ali Milan svaki dan igra, Aligator ga je pojeo.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Nije, promenili su ga, nije tako slab kao što je bio. Bacili su mu kad te glođe, znaš, da ti skida non stop staminu. Non stop ti skida, znači imaš 0 stamine konstantno kad se boriš s njim.
Ako nemaš...
Ne, ali nemaš. To je bio već dobro poodmako meč. I oni nisu imali više ni stamina boostove, ništa, razumeš? I onda...
Onda je problem bio.
Znaš, bilo je kao glavna meta im je pobegla, stavim je kao aligator. Jer su na aligatora nespremni full. I onda jebi ga, niko iskustva nema kako se stvarno bori sa aligatorom, znaš. Znači, taj stamina shot je takva štaka za invalide, razumeš, ja se izvinjavam. Ali štaka. Ako ne znaš sad da igraš bez stamine, onda jebi ga. Sam ima iku. Corpse explosion, huh? Motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Kad može onaj nesretni srpski streamer Han Shodana, da ne kažem kako se zove tačno, da streamuje Han Shodan i da ima kakvu publiku botova ili bilo kakvu, ovaj naš crnogorac streamer koji igra više od njega Han Shodan nikakvog uspjeha nema. A to mi je van pamet.
Ne. Ja što ti ne streama stvarno.
Kad onaj invalid može da streamuje. A ne, ništa ni protiv njega, ali diskutabilan je.
Da.
I onako ga igraš, ne znam zašto ne bi uzeo pare. I onako ništa ne radiš.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I need more time.
Oh.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Da.
Šta je ovo, brate, što Peđa pita, Nešo, brate, šta je ovo, čekaj. Evo sad čitam, obično, objavljam ovake poruke. O. Gdje Makić?
Tu je.
Je, ali da idem sad, evo za 5 minuta. Aj.
Mhm. Mm.
Taf, taf, taf. Evo moja dunjica. Evo krećem, srećo. Ajde. Ćao.
You need steel work? Repairs? Win favor.
Znači, Nenadova vrata su otvorena.
Nenadović.
Sam pozovi na javi se.
You will be
Da mu pošalje
The
nekog
stars do
klopara
not
da
lie.
se rokne.
Ajde, pošalj da ga ja ubijem.
Ah,
Stay on the path.
Oh.
Heed no evil.
my skill is unmatched. You'll see.
Fortune walks with you. Wind favor you. Are we buying or selling?
What do you buy? What do you sell?
Precious stones, beautifully cut. Goodbye then.
Što činite?
Grandiram. Ne znam šta da stavim. Kardinački čini mi se da radi. Koliko kucka čini mi se da je vratno radi onaj IT support.
Ko?
Kardinački. Tako mi deluje. Ti radiš onaj support svoj, ne? Tako mi zvuči. Kao da kucaš nešto.
Zašto dosta njih nisu na pozivima, nego ima službeni tim s imamo i onda je lakše da kucam tamo s njima nego pričam kudavam.
Speed of the puck. There's a good one. My hammer sings on your return.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Gdje u glavu samo kako vre ova MS Industrial.
I must wait.
Samo 2150 dinara u prodavnici, znači ura. Doduše moja je Elite Pro. Ja sam i bez PDV-a platio 5000.
I must wait.
Mene čudi više da išta imaš u IT prodavnicama, znaš. Ja kad god pitam nešto imam u magazinu, možemo da vam poručimo i tako to, i onda mene prođe volja da išta pitam više.
I'm not ready yet.
Moja je dosta skuplja, a na oko izgledaju isto, jedino što moja ima taj dodatak Pro.
Kako će gledati tastatura?
MS Industrial Elite Pro. Sad ne mogu da je sad izvlačim, da je okrenem nazad tačno da vidim što čekaj, možda ću...
I need
Pa
time
evo,
to do
Elite
that.
Pro je 5890.
Dobro, ja sam je pre 4 godine platio 5,5 bez PDV-a.
I must
A
wait.
ista takva na oko najizgled ista, samo nema Pro. 2150 u zadnji.
I'm not ready yet.
Ovo moja šta je preživala, brate, ne znam, stvarno. Nema, gledaj, sad sam je okrenuo, samo Elite Pro piše.
I must wait.
Nema nikakvu oznaku.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Nema nam Milana.
Tu je.
Milanović.
I'm not ready yet.
išao da kupi 40,90.
Bio si tu kad sad sam mu rekao danas. Rekao, budeš li kupio najjaču, ja ću 2 da kupim. Sam tebi wina. I stavit ću ih u Crossfire ili u... Znači...
I'm not ready yet.
Znaš i ti, kad sam ja kupio ovu 6900 XT, pre 2 godine, znaš ti koje su to računice, proračuni bili, a igrom slučaja kupio sam je za ne povoljnu cenu novu, nego nerealno povoljnu cenu. U Gigatronu su imali 3 komada ove Waterforce sa ugrađenim vodenim blokom. I nisi mogli da prodaju, to moraš da imaš custom vodeno hlađenje, da si nula ugradio, ne vredi.
I spuste cenu u nedogled, da?
Pustili je na 700 evra, druže. Jer nisi mogu isto 1500 da je nađeš niže, obično, ne sa vodenim hlađenjem. Još je ova gigabajtova, još samo jedan model imaju onaj pojačani XTXH čip, koji možda blokuješ koliko poveći. Ja sam dizao na 3000, sam dizao core bez problema.
I'm not ready yet.
Znači, zvao je on tamo, Gigatron, imaju još 2, pa poručuje, pa odustaje, pa poručuje, pa rezerviše. Ja mu kažem,
Da.
ja kažem, druže, a šta, kako će on to? Ja kažem, ja mogu ti pomognem, ja mogu ti dam, imam, znači ne treba mi platiš ništa. Ja imam pumpu i rezervoar. To kad sam ponavljao, kupio sam noviju varijantu, to mogu ti dam tvoje, samo da se snađeš radijator, crevac, pici i 3 ventilatora za radijator. 10 dana je on to poručivao, odustajao, štelovo, računao, pitao me 101 glupost. Toliko je to njega svrdelo, a joj.
Jel kupio na kraju?
Nije.
Nije.
I'm not ready yet.
Uzelo dvantro cvirače.
Milan.
Yes, City of Milan.
Milan.
I must wait.
Koga će to Milanče da ide?
Pumpa i rezervoar su samo 150 do 170 evra.
I must wait.
Nisam uspio da ga nagovorim da kupi.
Strašno.
Ma nije on ni teo da kupi.
Misliš, a?
Ma, poznajem ga.
A u stvari, ali svrbelo ga je što imam bolje od njega.
To ti se zove po porničarskom žargonu cocktease. Cocktease.
Milan.
Oh my god.
Neka parče vodenice, te onda pak ljudi.
Ja, čao. Prijetno.
On će uvijek imati bolji net od tebe.
Da?
Da. Milan ima, kako beše, 1000 download.
Ima 1000 kroz 200, da.
1000 kroz 200. Kako nemaš kad si pričao pre neki dan kad si hteo da se tuži?
What you gonna do, what you gonna do?
Ja imam bolji upload od njega.
Koliki ti upload?
250. Kad mi budeš slikao taj ugovor tu da vidimo i da ti struju plaćaju, onda će da ti se prizna. Dotle kurac, znaš. Nemoj ti meni novi, daj mi da vidimo ovaj postojeći. To što se vadiš da ima 3 strane i to nema veze, pročitat ćemo mi 3 strane, nije problem.
Ima 3 strane ničega, ali?
Sad se Milan priprema da ih tuži. A nema.
Koga će Milanče da jebe?
Hoće, da. Samo kažu, našli smo drugo dvorište.
Nema nikog. Ma.
Milane Dušo, mogu ja tebe da pitam nešto ili iskreno da mi odgovoriš? Čuo sam iz pouzdanih izvora da ne nosiš papuče zbog nečega što te sramota. Mogu li da znam šta je to u pitanju?
Prskalica.
Dobro, i?
Znam šta je prskalica, ne moraš da mi objašnjavaš. Nego se čudim šta ti je razvalila prskalica.
I'll keep my forge hot. See some steel you need.
Što ti to sramota, jebote?
A čekaj, kako je prskalica
Zato što ne nosi naočare također. Znaš da ne nosi naočare, ali tako, i toga je sramota. Rekao sam, neće jebat ako ga vide žene s naočarama.
Milane, moraš ti da odeš to da ti razdvoje. Ako hoćeš, mi možemo to u kućnoj radinosti da ti razdvojimo.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary.
Jesi siguran? Dobro.
Vidi, ako hoćeš ti se pomogne Nenad, ima pripremljen set noževa za Jevreje i Cigane, znaš. Možemo kod njega da odemo, ili on da dođe u goste, ono ko se najavio s Markom, pa da on to istranžira malo kad treba.
My brother had a child like a couple of years ago, like 5-6 years ago. And that dampened it a little bit, but then it's starting to come creeping back up again. They're like, so, your older brother had a child. When are you gonna have one? And I'm just like, you want to have a child in this economy? Hell no.
Physically, mentally, they felt less physical pain. And with their old age, in feeling this physical pain, they felt less demoralized by the pain. Having a strong relationship, especially as you get older, your body gets weaker, it's quite important for your happiness.
I must wait.
According to the longest running study of human happiness. So with that being said, a successful relationship is a lifelong bond with children, most likely sanctioned by marriage. So, what are the chances of this relationship happening? For me,
I must wait.
For anyone like me. By the way, I use relationship in quotes because that's a new term. It used to just be, oh, there's a girl, we're married. If you think about the term, it's extremely vague.
I must wait.
It doesn't actually mean anything. We're in a relationship. And now it's gotten even more vague with a situationship. It doesn't even mean... The relationship is...
The word situationship.
It's already vague. Now it's a situationship.
I'm not ready yet.
What the fuck are you even talking about? So how many
When I worked in retail, there was a girl
I'm not ready
that I knew that used the word situationship, and this was before I even knew what the word meant. And I was like, what does that mean? She's like, well, you know, we're like not a thing, but then we're also a thing. And I said, so you're sleeping around? And she's like, yeah, I like sleep with different men. And I was like,
I'm not ready yet.
that's not what I would call it, but I don't think you're in a relationship. I think you're just sleeping around.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
Called relationships succeed. Besides all this Chad, Lucas, and kind of goofy shit, this is the real black pill. There are two endings to a relationship: breakup and marriage. As high as 85% of dating ends in breakups. 85% of people will have gone through a breakup. The average relationship lasts around 2 or 3 years.
I must wait.
People will have gone through about 5.
I also read a study that on the 4th year is the biggest year of breaking up, because at 4 years you start to be with someone for so long that you realize what they are. Also, what the hell is that foot, man?
I'm not ready
yet. Is the average breakup of like actual serious relationships, apparently. That's like a study that they did.
Također mislim da gledaju kurac, a ne u noge, le?
I must wait.
Most people are getting married in their late 20s, early 30s. So yeah, the marriage rate is already quite low, but how many marriages themselves are successful? Again, success to me includes children. I'll mention here that less than half of Zoomer women even want to have children.
Is that 60%? Even as they delay marriage and parenthood, our survey finds that most young adults who have never been married, 69% said they want to get married. A smaller share, 51%, said they would like to have children. Wow, dude. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So who has kids in this economy?
Holy moly. Another 20% are. I'm including this because
and also women are like kind of career driven now, as opposed to wanting to be like a woman that sits at home like it used to be. Like my mom went through a period of where she didn't have a job because my dad had a secure enough job, and then I think around about after 2008 my mom started to teach again, and that's when they had to work, and so she was not a stay-at-home anymore. It's both like an economy and like a women have to work kind of thing too.
Growing up as an only child is quite sad usually, and it fucking blows. You've probably heard that the divorce rate is about 55%. It isn't just the divorce rate, but the amount of marriages that arguably should be divorced on account of certain factors. We can't know the exact number of these because it's much more qualitative.
I'm not ready yet.
Dead bedrooms, they're just staying together for the kids. They don't want to go through the process of being divorced, so that's not very good. I'm not saying don't try. I'm still going to, but it looks pretty grim. You know, dudes obsessing over looks and not being able to get laid is
Predlažu Nenada, pošto ima Nenad kolekciju noža, da ga Nenad operira.
Social ineptitude, which is a consequence of a lack of community. And there is a lack of community because there's no family. Families.
I totally agree, and also women are more out of the house because they are more career driven. Japan is a good example of this because they used to have the opposite, and now because of the expectation of women and men working, it's happening over there too. It's not just America or the West.
A ne, zato on i ne ide na more, zato što onda... A zato što jebi ga trebao bi kao riba da pliva, znaš, a da pliva brže nego ja u vodi. On to ne koristi. Sve predispozicije da bude mornar.
Because my dad had a really good job, and then 2008 happened. She had to pick up a part-time job as a teacher, and yeah, it really sucks because I liked having my mom home when I came home, and when I was going into like middle school and high school, I just always came home to like an empty house most of the time. I was super happy when my mom would come home and she was there.
A return to family requires a sacrifice of personal action. People always talk about returning to community, wanting that back, but the truth is we have been freed from communal bonds and pursuits. There's a tendency to offload the whole problem into something like places not being walkable, walkability. Well, Tokyo, many parts of Europe.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, I was about to bring up the Japan thing again because Japan is very like population centric, and in Tokyo, I think what like 80% of Japan's population lives in Tokyo. Or 60, I can't remember, something really ridiculous. And it doesn't matter; they're still fucked.
Are perfectly walkable, and they're facing the same thing. Our libertine modern utopias want all the benefits of tightly knit communities while paying none of the costs of individual freedom. It seems to me like there's actually nothing fair or moral about human sexual behavior, and we actually just can't be left to our own devices and expect things to work out.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, essentially. Humans are not perfect. Humans suffer from corruption at every in every aspect, in my opinion. If in a perfect world, the hunger, disease, and everything else wouldn't happen, but here we are.
Family formation, we now find a dating scene, which almost inevitably turns into a shit show. A modern date is basically just an interview with a stranger, where you used to be set up in a community where you already know each other. There's nothing weird about it. I know almost inevitably there are going to be people saying, "Oh, you're thinking about this too much." I mean,
I agree with this guy. When I installed Tinder one time when I was in college, in my first year, I installed it, and I got a DM, and we were talking, and then all of a sudden the guy asked about my bra size, and I was like, okay, I'm uninstalling this, and I never downloaded another dating app in my life ever again. I was like, I can't do this, I'm good. Like, it was so out of left field too. It was like in the first like 10, 20 messages. We hadn't even met yet. He's like, how big's your boobies? I'm paraphrasing, but he like basically said it. And I was like, what? And then I almost threw my phone. I remember I was like,
I'm not ready yet.
I was so surprised. I was like shocked. I was like, is this a prank? Am I on the internet? What happened? But no, it was like Tinder for my like local town. And I was like, this is gross.
Yes, it's possible. I never really wanted to. I wish things would just work out, but the reality is the reality.
It wasn't a dick pic, but still.
And also a counterpoint, maybe you're not thinking about it enough. It's actually exactly the problem. There's no foresight. There's no planning ahead.
Slušaj, nije ovo Stalker. Nije ovo Stalker. Ne raste ti treći penis. Budala.
As opposed to long-term planning, which is what it always used to be. Communities, your family, your community actively works planning ahead in matchmaking. Now you're just on your own in order to maintain our civilization.
I think he has a point, but also for me, the idea of being match-made with some random in my village. So let's put it in perspective. It'll be like a village, right? I feel like I would go into like I would have a heart attack. Hell no. No, thank you.
High investment parenting, monogamy, and high birth rates are required.
It's not just random. No, I understand it's not random, but
there's magic in all things.
If you're stuck with it and it ends up not being like even like a half decent match. I'm talking about like a less than 40% match. You're done. You're screwed. You're just stuck with that person. Like what? Yeah, and that's what blows.
None of these things are being met. And for most people, it doesn't even seem like there's an effort for these type of things to be met. So, in this way, it is in fact over. Can these things recover? I don't know. Maybe. I'm like 13 years old. I don't have solutions or prescriptions.
Daleko, pa pre
Arranged
stigneš
marriage
tamo
over
nego ona
secular
brda
marriage
kamenja.
because 70% divorce rates proves that people clearly can't choose their own matches correctly. Yeah, I agree. I understand where he's coming from, and I think that he is correct in the sense that America and a lot of Western audiences have completely moved away from communities because of like how little time people have for one another, like including like careers and like this, and kids and the economy. Like let's brush all that aside. I think that the community has fallen apart. Like compared to like the 1950s or 1970s, it's just not there anymore. Over the last like century, it's completely fallen apart.
But you know, I'm chilling. It'll be worked out. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, keep on mewing. I'm sure that'll help.
Yeah, start mugging. Wait, are they really?
Uz 3 granična prelaza.
Alright.
Već sam na ovom našem retardiranom izlazu čekao sat.
Okay. His Twitter DMs? I hope those aren't his, man.
Ajde.
Kompor, bajo moj.
Dude, this is a great video. This guy is smart, man. A viral graph revealed he had basically about because of one graph. Speed dating streamed with chat when. Chat, you don't want to date me, gross.
Ja najviše volim kaos. To mi je nekako sigurno ime.
Molim.
Fuck no. Yep, there you go. Hell no. Dating a woman?
A ovako staješ kad god hoćeš.
We're kind of out of your league. So true.
Ja ne znam, ja mislim da Milanu kao Crnogorcu smeta prosto tajmak i rakija. To je meni, ja ne znam.
I beg to differ.
Kad tvrdim da on nije Crnogorac, on
young, but I think he's pretty articulate for a 21-year-old.
Ja svi...
Like, I was kind of a fucking dipshit.
Yo?
Silence child.
Sveti Georgije ubivaš, da. Kako?
Sveti Milan ubivaš, da.
Vidim ja da je Milan neki falš Crnogorac.
Težak lažnjak, težak. Težak lažnjak, da ti kažem, težak.
Ne znam, ti meni je baba Bačanka iz Vrbasa, ona je meni pričala da su svi ti, kako se zove, da, bačanski Crnogorci.
Dođeš.
Pa nisu to Crnogorci, to su sve neki, znaš, mlakonji.
Pa to.
Znaš, peškirići.
Ali su ljudi ovdje, jel?
Nisu ni ljudi, ali će biti sad zbog kaveze.
Pa mi nismo uzeli trag na ovome. Aha, ovo je pauk.
A će me neko obezglavit sad.
Seth? Seth?
Bio. Hoće neko slon gamo da zapuca. A? Da, malo da izbog.
Gledaj.
Malo da iserem.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stavke. 5. Gror.
Ko se to čuje jebate?
Ker.
Vran se čuje.
Dobro je.
A ne vran nešto krči, brate.
Ker. Možda je Milan uzbuđava.
Čaki, šta si pa?
Jedno sam našao. Koja ćeš vrata ostavim?
Daj.
Aha, dolaze sa Norta, da.
Čuje se Milan.
To je ovoga jebote.
Čuje se moj Milan.
Milan?
Milanović, Spartanović.
Aj, sa nekim shotgunom.
Srpski Stephen Hawking.
Naš drug, moj Milan. Znaš ti našeg mog Milana?
Naš moj Milan. Pa kako da ne znam.
Lovćenački Stižan.
Kilaj se, brate.
Naš moj Milan.
Lovćenački Stižan.
Ja ne razumem ovo, jebo mater. I ja sam ga pogodio, zamisli.
Druže! Milan.
Milan?
Još jedan manje. Ja sam ga ubio, brate.
Dušo.
Ima tamo još ljudi, pazite.
Da, druga ekipa. Dinamit ide, dinamit ide, dinamit.
Pazi Milane.
Milane krenuo bombardovanje iz...
Ozbiljno, rokno, kreće Iran da roka.
Krenuo su...
Padaju ljudi tamo, ja. Ajmo. Pala već dva...
Krenuo stepaju.
Pao još jedan. Ajde brže. Ja.
Je li nešto krenuo Iran, a?
Krenuo je šipak. Ne sme da pisne.
Mislim da je to, bar bi trebalo.
Jebote, 2 puta pogodim čoveka, neće da umre, jebote, neće da umre, jebote, ja ne znam šta je ovo, jebote.
Hitreg. Opet igraš sa...
Hitreg, brate, hitreg.
Da, opet igraš sa...
Ja sam 3 puta sa nagan karabinom čovjeka pogodio na 30 metara tu, ma ni 30. 3 puta sam ga morao hitovat. Loš hit reg i to je to.
Nego to je...
Žao kad promašim, jebote, ali ako pogodim čoveka, jebote.
Pa ljudi...
Boris.
Ljudi, pa nemojte, recite mi dobar info, mamu mi jebem.
Pešiću.
A ljudi, mamu mu jebem u pičku, soler glibavi.
Jeste.
Dižite me nekrom, izgubit ćemo meč još.
Jebote.
Brate, mili, kako me ovo izludio ovako je. Nemojte bounty uzimat ako ne gledate.
A Kesić onda uzmi bounty, brate.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lord
Još ljudi ima tamo.
ever. If you that are unaware, times in a row. Every time you die, you have to restart the goddamn game. And I was like, apparently, the lore is...
Sleđa imaš čovjeka, negdje ga čujem. Nema više ekipa, može Soler da bude još jedan.
Fear and Hunger is a series that rarely tells you what's actually going on. Fans of the dark fantasy genre, or really anyone who's paid attention to any video game analysis in the past 20 years, should be familiar with this sort of storytelling, where a less is more approach can leave the audience totally enthralled even when they have no idea what's going on. The little glimmers of understanding these stories allow make excellent bait, drawing us further in each time we catch a glimpse of the bigger picture. And the act of sitting, thinking, and puzzling out the best answers we can, or even better, discussing them with the community, can lend a sense of having a personal connection to the story. There are a lot of ways this story can go. Any or all of the cast can die at any time. The dungeon is wide open with many avenues of exploration. Your friend in one playthrough could be an enemy or even a victim the next. There are 5 endings, each of which can vary based on the player's actions, and there are a further 4 character-specific endings. There's enough to keep players puzzling over the game for weeks, if not months, and until the sequel came out, none of it was necessarily canon. But come out it did. And though the story of Termina takes place in a different country 400 years later, it makes it clear that several of the endings, or at least something similar to them, happened all at once. And so this analysis will explore this YouTuber's interpretation of the canonical version of events, with a disclaimer that your own understanding of the story may vary. If at any point this intrigues you enough, I highly encourage you to stop the video and pick up the game. You can always come back and argue your own interpretation in the comments. Fear and Hunger tells the story of 4 people who have come to delve into the titular dungeons of Fear and Hunger. They each come separately and for their own reasons, but they all arrive at roughly the same time, just days after all hell broke loose and turned a dismal prison into something unspeakably worse. The 4 roughly fit the description of a classic D&D adventuring story, but Vox Machina this is not. Fear and Hunger is not interested in that sort of larger-than-life character-driven story, where everybody's got a role to play in saving the world. It's more like something your metalhead friend would drop on you after smoking weed and watching it be gotten too many times. Most of these people are going to die, and you are going to watch them do it. When starting a new game, the player chooses one of the 4 and goes through a short choose-your-own-adventure style backstory. The consequences of these choices are mostly minor, affecting starting equipment or skills, but all characters can forego 2 of their rewards in order to acquire the dash skill. This is generally recommended for new players. Regardless of who and what they choose, the player finds their avatar arriving at the dungeon's gates. An open portcullis marks the obvious entrance, but there's also a side door and an open area filled with a lot of interesting things to examine. If the player spends more than a few seconds looting the boxes and barrels scattered around the place, or worse, goes through the front door, they'll be set upon by a large pack of larger hounds and almost certainly torn to pieces, not even a full minute after completing their character history. The sound of the dogs as they approach, snapping and snarling, is enough to set your teeth on edge, and seeing their furry bodies charging out of the mist for the first time is a unique experience. Most players will eventually learn to go through the side door. A few will learn that this is not the game for them, and probably a smaller number will learn how to somehow defeat all the dogs without taking damage, although there's no reward for doing so. These are all correct answers, and the dog's placement in the very beginning of the game serves to perfectly signpost what's to come. The game is never going to stop being like this.
Apologies, as fellow down whatever room.
The dungeon, as it turns out, is not simply named after one of the game's major mechanics. All who enter find their strength and willpower supernaturally drained by the oppressive atmosphere of the place, and as the player enters, it quickly becomes clear that food is going to be a problem. Until quite recently, this place was a functioning prison. Now, the candles have gone out, half-eaten meals spoil what they've been left on the tables, and unearthly creatures float like jellyfish above the corpses that litter the floor. In terms of gameplay, Kahara is the rogue of the group. He's good at running away, he can steal, he can pick locks, and physically he's just kinda in the middle. Kahara is the first of the four to encounter what remains of the dungeon's guards. Something has warped them into huge, misshapen brutes, charging anything they see with massive meat cleavers in a violent parody of their former occupation. Unfortunately, chopping off limbs and protecting the dungeon isn't the only thing they have in mind. This is another point where I expect a lot of players will choose to find something else to occupy their time. Jarring subject matter aside, fighting the guards is initially an exercise in frustration. Fear and Hunger treats every fight like a boss battle, and most enemies have multiple body parts which may be individually targeted and destroyed. These limbs will often each get a turn of their own to perform attacks, cast spells, or occasionally pull off special moves that prompt the player to call a coin toss. Success generally means dodging the attack, while failure can lead to an immediate loss. The guard's cleaver attack will casually chop off your character's arms, and their other hand has one of these instant death coin tosses. They'll also occasionally attack with their stinger, and even if all these parts are sliced off, they can still tackle for a healthy chunk of damage. New players will often try attacking different limbs only to discover that they're doomed no matter what they do. Each enemy is a puzzle. In the case of the guards, the ideal solution is simply to avoid them, but failing that, the order of operations is to attack their left arm, then guard, which automatically passes the coin flip attack, then hit the stinger, then the torso, guard again, and hit the torso twice more. This will often win the fight without taking any damage. It isn't this simple with every enemy, but once you understand what the game is asking of you, it goes from impossible to nearly difficult. Unfortunately, Kahara was not informed of this. He's promptly captured and left in a cell to rot. Enki Ankarian is on a quest for enlightenment, an obvious choice for one bearing the enlightened soul. Raised in the vicious tradition of the Dark Priests, who venerate the old gods in exchange for magical power, he is a man who has set aside all concepts of morality in search of knowledge. While attempting to ritually sacrifice himself, he received a vision concerning a prophecy, that a fair-haired man who rivals the gods in both strength and beauty will unite the warring kingdoms under one banner and bring an end to the people's suffering, and that this man could be found in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. But why him, thinks Enki, and not me? And so he has his fellow priests cut him down from the cross so that he can seize the reins of destiny. The guards pose little threat to Enki. The Dark Priest is physically frail, but his blood magic can burn their heads from their shoulders and stuff the souls of the departed back into their corpses to serve as his undead minions. It's a lot of fun. He makes his way to the libraries at the upper level, which are stocked with everything from children's fairy tales to tomes of arcane knowledge. He also meets with other men of the cloth, who tell him much before they die. Eventually, he discovers a secret passage leading to a secluded courtyard. Here, a group of bunny masks, naked revelers who have completely lost themselves in a never-ending ritual, invite passers-by to join them, seeming oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Doing so will increase one's connection to Sylvian, the god of love and creation, who comes with the risk of forgetting everything and becoming a permanent part of the ritual. Fear and Hunger's gods fall into two camps, the old gods and the new. While worship of the two is not mutually exclusive, Enki's interest extends primarily to the former. The old gods have existed since before time and created the world and everything in it. Their power is immense and unparalleled and freely available to any who will to wield it, so long as they can pay the proper price. We're initially introduced to 4 revealed gods. There are others, though some are obscure or at least initially irrelevant. Grogroth, the destroyer of men, despite embodying death and decay, is not a malicious god. Rather, his role is to clear space for new things that flourish and grow. His followers receive fearsome attack magic and the ability to create and control the undead. It's said that he's a curious god, frequently walking the earth in the guise of a mortal. Sylvian, his antithesis and wife, is the god of creation, fertility, and love. It was she who created humanity, but eventually she came to realize that her creations could never love her like she loved them, and she has since grown distant. Regardless, her followers can still tap into potent healing magic. The god of the depths is a little-known entity worshipped by the desperate and forgotten. It has dominion over vermin and carrion birds, and unsurprisingly, its influence is strong within the dungeons. For millennia, the old gods held sway over the world, which was dominated by the cruelty of the strong. But just over 15 centuries ago, a man named Al-Mur was born to a virgin mother in the holy city of Jataya. He gathered 12 apostles and traveled the land, spreading teachings of a new world order. Eventually, the sultans and kings of the eastern sanctuaries, threatened by his growing influence, executed him by crucifixion. This would prove to be their undoing, as upon dying, Al-Mur achieved divinity, joining the ranks of the old gods and sparking an uprising that saw the corrupt rulers slain. Thus began a new era, with Al-Mur becoming the primary figure of worship and his teachings becoming the basis for the laws of many of the kingdoms of the world. But as with the gods who had come before him, Al-Mur's influence began to fade, and the great kingdoms which had prospered under his teachings crumbled over the centuries. In the 9th century, a new pantheon came to prominence. Though it failed to push Al-Mur out of favor in the Western world, its deities would once again create a new world order. These gods were called the Endless, the Enlightened, the Dominating, and the Tormented. And their influence, more direct and personal than the gods who'd come before them, would bring humanity out of antiquity and into the Middle Ages. This is inarguably a little confusing, which may be why Haveranen has provided Al-Mur, an obvious analog for Christ as a way to orient ourselves. In real life, Christianity brought the world away from the monolithic and implacable gods of the pagan world to something more relatable. Like many things in Fear and Hunger, this is a polarizing creative decision, which nonetheless serves a useful narrative purpose. The role Jesus plays in real-life Christianity is quite similar to Al-Mur in the story. By making humanity the central focus of religion rather than the forces of nature, people are better able to relate to the divine. The same can be said of religions like Islam or Buddhism. These faiths are very different from each other, and this is a gross oversimplification, but all three seek to pass down a system of morality via an aspirational central figure who best exemplifies the belief system. In contrast, most ancient religions, especially Old World paganism, tend to use their gods as a way to explain the world around them. Thunder is the sound of Thor's hammer. The tide moves by the will of Poseidon. These implacable entities may love humanity, but they are remote and in many ways unknowable. So the old gods, including Al-Mur, are clear allusions to real-world religion. What is harder to see is exactly how the new gods play into things. Only 2 of our protagonists are religious, and while one follows all of the old gods, the other is a devout worshipper of Al-Mur, and from her we learn that this is still the dominant religion in Rondon. In the dungeons, we find only a single statue of the new gods, while the old gods are venerated everywhere. So who are they, and how did they bring about a new world order? So much of this game is inspired by Kentaro Miura's Berserk, and the idea of a quartet of shadowy figures that remake the world without ever stepping into center stage is likely drawn from the God Hand, who operate in a similar fashion. Ragnvaldr the Outlander comes from the kingdom of Oldegard, a frigid land to the north that produces advanced ships and sturdy warriors. At a young age, he joined an expedition across the Western Ocean to the continent of Vinland. Hoping to find treasure, the crew only met with madness. The entire continent was under the sway of the god of the depths, blanketed in an unnatural darkness that infected the minds of the crew and nearly drove them all to kill each other. Ragnvaldr was one of the few to escape, and all the expedition had to show for its effort was a strange artifact, the Cube of the Depths. Tragedy would come again when a mercenary group known as the Knights of the Midnight Sun struck deep into Oldegard in search of the cube. Once again, Ragnvaldr survived, but his wife and son did not. It may be that Ragnvaldr's tormented soul is the source of his unhappy luck, seemingly keeping him alive only to further his suffering. Shortly after returning from Oldegard to the cube, the Knights of the Midnight Sun would take part in a coup against the monarch of Rondon, an act which ended in failure, with the knights and their leaders, the Guard, taken prisoner in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. And so Ragnvaldr pursues him, intent on avenging his family and reclaiming the cube. Armed with a bow, he can damage enemies before engaging in combat, and he boasts the highest attack power of the 4 protagonists, allowing him to excel in melee combat as well. The Outlander follows in Enki's footsteps, only stopping to strike down a guard and pick up a weapon or 2. Everywhere, he encounters signs of the same influence that corrupted Vinland, a hateful darkness that takes root in the land and slowly begins to propagate. This door was sealed until recently, when someone dispelled the magical lock. Inside, Ragnvaldr finds a hexen table, a special altar built to channel divine power. While the man has little use for gods, old or new, he knows he'll need better weaponry to deal with the evil that lurks in this place. So he places his spear atop the table and passes a soul stone over it, imbuing it with a powerful curse. Darce Catalyst is Lagard's closest lieutenant. Once a holy knight of Rondon, she grew disillusioned with the greed of the nobility, who spoke of religious ideals while sending their armies to pillage and conquer for personal gain. Charmed by Lagard's charisma and ability, she left her order to join his company of mercenaries, the Knights of the Midnight Sun. The company made quite a name for itself, and in time, Darce realized she had fallen in love with her captain. When his rebellion failed and he was captured, she decided to risk everything on a solo rescue mission. Despite being second in command, Darce bears the dominating soul, which has a tendency to draw people to her, but also to blind her to her own flaws. She makes her way through the eastern side of the dungeon, fighting past the guards until she reaches the cells on the 3rd level. But Lagard isn't here, only a scruffy Easterner who introduces himself as Kahara. He seems happy to be released, but as soon as she turns her back on him, he's gone, and her purse feels a little lighter. Darce decides to head up to the 1st floor, traveling through a sewer heaped with rotting corpses along a river of knee-deep blood. It seems preposterous that so many people could have met their end here. Even as large as this place is, the cells could never have held them all. It would seem that Rondon's non-stop warfare has been fueling this place with fresh victims for whatever abominable rituals are taking place here. Finding her way out of the blood pit, Darce manages to surprise Torture, the torturer with the world's unlikeliest name. Despite his threats, she easily dispatches the frail little man. Not far down the hall, she discovers the person he'd been looking for, Lord Ludwig Buckman, the Crown Prince of Rondon. Buckman is part of an adventuring party that arrived here a few days prior, and he's already beginning to snap. Though the man would have been Darce's enemy on the battlefield, politics of the outside world hardly seem relevant now. She invites him to join her, but he's too frightened to explore the darkness any further. Fair enough. Lagard isn't in the torture chambers either, but she does find somebody else. Locked in a small cage like an animal, a little girl in a ratty black dress cowers away from the torchlight. She's clearly been here for a very long time. She won't, or can't, speak, but the knight's heart is moved by the pitiful sight. She quickly unlocks the cage and coaxes her out. No place is safe in the dungeon. Letting an innocent child remain here would be unconscionable, and leaving is impossible, so the only choice is to bring her along. There's no telling what horrors the girl has seen or experienced here, but Darce can offer one small comfort. There was a strange little doll back in Kahara's cell. It's a creepy-looking thing, and the fact that it bears a passing resemblance to Lagard is unsettling. But the girl is astonished to receive it, as though the simple gesture is the first kindness she's received in a very long time. The circular stairs that descend into the lower levels of the prison are locked up tight. If Lagard is still alive, he must be held down there. And so there's only one way to go. Kahara finds that the mists still prevent his escape. He's just about given up on his goal. No prize is worth what he's already experienced, and only torment and death await below. All he has to do is bide his time and flee with whatever he can once the weather turns. The knight's purse is a good start, but surely there's something else here. The elevator carries Darce and her little companion down to an impossibly vast cavern. Cave gnomes, gnarled little gremlins that attack anything they can find with their sharp teeth, flit around like bats in the dark, and their rancid eggs litter the floor. The cave mother is deceptively easy. Attacking its chest will stop the cave gnomes from showing up, but it's usually just faster than further wings, as this will end the battle no matter how many adds there are. The little girl is not an effective fighter, but she can use items as well as anybody else, including throwing knives. In short order, the pair send the monster plummeting to its apparent doom. Nursing their wounds, they continue through the dark until they spot what Darce initially mistakes to be a man. Pocket Cat is a children's fairy tale. A Krampus-like figure who steals bad little boys and girls away from their homes, stuffing them into sacks and taking them away where they'll never see their parents again. He's a tall, thin figure with dapper clothing and yellow eyes that shine behind his wooden mask. His hand moves in his pocket as he leers at the girl. He greets the two with cheerful courtesy and makes Darce an offer. He'll buy the child, relieving her of the responsibility of her care, and in return he'll give her any number of wonderful things. Books of terrible arcane power, or a mighty claymore that makes her longsword look like a toothpick. Though she says nothing, the girl is clearly frightened of the creature. Darce is not tempted in the slightest. She politely declines, and though Pocket Cat seems disappointed, he gives her a pleasant goodbye. Beyond the caverns, the pair are surprised to discover what appears to be a mine. Tracks have been laid for carts and stone hauled out of the tunnels in great quantities, but the work has clearly been hasty. Liberal use of explosives and a lack of regard for safety have led to the caverns collapsing in places, blocking off tunnels and making it even more of a claustrophobic labyrinth. Darce is no miner, but to the untrained eye, none of this looks like ore. It's all just stone. So what were they digging for? The pair continue on, sneaking past a meditating man garbed in yellow, and eventually coming to a strange village populated by subterranean humanoids. The creatures seem peaceful enough, but the place is littered with human bones piled up in homage to some dark god, suggesting they may be more fearful than friendly. At the edge of the village, a great chasm yawns open, a sheer drop into infinite darkness. A narrow precipice bridges a gap to the lips and teeth of some enormous monster, a sight that makes Darce's skin crawl. She leads the girl away, but stops to check a nearby hut. Upon a profane altar rests the prize that the Knights of the Midnight Sun claimed from their campaign in Oldegard. It is the Cube of the Depths, the guard's prized trophy. If this is here, he can't be far. She takes the cube from the altar, and as she steps out of the makeshift temple, one of the nearby dwellers raises the human cry. The commotion sets off the entire village, and they descend on the knight with rocks and spears. Already wounded, she manages to slay only a few before she's knocked down. The girl tries to intervene, and though the dwellers scarcely lay a finger on her, she's too small to be of any help. Far above, Rognvaldr passes through a courtyard populated by a mindless cult of bunny masks, and a man who claims to be turning into a butterfly. He leaves them in peace and comes to an unnatural-looking tree, which appears to have grown around a few fresh corpses. A hollow in its trunk leads into a bizarre chamber formed entirely out of roots and vines. He finds that by pressing the walls in places, he can open new passageways, and the floor has weakened, permitting him access to lower levels. The influence of the darkness is strong here. Frail shapes with bloated heads wander back and forth, murmuring nonsense to themselves. Surely these were people once, driven mad by the god of the depths. Only one place is free of the corruption, a bare spot where a sword has been plunged into the ground. Despite an ominous sensation, the Outlander grips the eastern blade and pulls it free. It has been here battling the darkness alone for a very long time, but now it will have an ally. He is immediately attacked by the specter of its former owner, who wordlessly motions for him to return the blade. But it won't do to leave the weapon here, nor to let its former owner remain chained in torment. He strikes the spirit with his cursed blade, severing its ties to this world and speeding it on to its final reward. With the assassin Spectre's blessing and his new blade in hand, the Outlander continues downward, hoping to honor the man's memory by using his blade to continue the war against the darkness. Further down, he encounters a gigantic heart pulsating among the vines. Without hesitation, he plunges his blade into it and moves ever deeper. Dropping down yet another hole, the Outlander finds himself in a catacomb swarming with biting insects. Here, he finds another heart and destroys it. He must be close to his prey now. He can feel it. Puzzling over his maps, Kahara comes across an unexpected sight. A village of some sort of cave people. They flee from his torchlight, but make no motion to harm him. The knight who freed him lies half-conscious on the floor as one of the cave dwellers tries to bash her head into the rock. He wants to leave her. The cave people haven't been bothering him, and there's no reason to get involved. But something in him just can't. He slips his sword from his belt and rushes in to help. The troglodyte falls before it can finish her off, but its death cry is answered by hoots and growls from the others. As always, no good deed can go unpunished. To the mercenary's surprise, a small child emerges from the dark and clings to Darce, trying to help her out. Somehow, she wasn't harmed by the cave dwellers. The knight, battered and bruised but still in one piece, gives Kahara her emphatic thanks, seeming profoundly shamed by her near-death experience. The trio decide to flee the now hostile village by dropping down a mine shaft, where they are shocked to discover a group of men and women in wolf masks gorging themselves on each other's flesh. They draw their blades, but the cannibals pay them little mind. Darce recoils in horror, but Kahara immediately understands what has happened. This must be what remains of Captain Rudimer's expedition. They came down to eliminate the source of evil plaguing the upper dungeons, and instead they fell victim to it. Starvation drove them to cannibalism, and cannibalism to Grogeroth. Like the bunny masks, they've lost their minds to the ecstasy of the feast. The ritual will last until its final celebrant has devoured themselves. Nobody stops them as they leave, moving blindly through the caverns until they once again find cart tracks to follow. Kahara swears he sees a figure following, but the other two can't make anything out. Before long, the tracks come to an end, and the rough stone of the mines is replaced with pavement and masonry. It's the dungeon! Imagine being happy to see this place. Swarms of vermin crawl across the floor, biting and stinging the three as they follow Darce, who practically sprints down the hall, heedless of the split-open heart bulging out of the floor or the dead guard in the hall. She follows a trail of blood to a barred door, and beyond. The guard is dead. His throat has been cut. All of this is for nothing. If only Darce had been faster. She falls to her knees, sobbing. The girl can only stare at him with an uncanny look of recognition, tears on her cheeks. Kahara scoffs. All this for nothing. He can't help but be annoyed by the dead man. What was any of this even for? Eventually, Darce pulls herself together to leave, but as she does, she encounters a strange man who comments on Legard's importance and how unexpected it is that he didn't make it. He gestures at a dark corridor, suggesting the three give it a look. After all, Legard came here for a reason. Legard's fate is decided simply by how quickly you can reach him. Sleeping, fighting, having a dalliance with the bunny masks, none of that matters. If the time on your file is under 30 minutes, the man is alive. Decided simply by... He gestures at a dark corridor, suggesting the three give it a look. After all, this was for nothing. A trail of blood to a barred door, and beyond. Legard is dead. His throat has been cut. All of this was for nothing. If only Darce had been faster. She falls to her knees, sobbing.
Tak sam ako u redu, pa zato ti kažem džaba slažeš, ja pojedem jednu. Jučer je bilo tu jedna kajcije, dve breckoje, ja sam pojeo, ti si ono donalo još, kada sam na traci.
A ako će se sjetiš jutra, ako bude bio Viktor, ti ga doneseš.
Ako bude...
Nemoj one integralni.
A nije tu poslati, ja ne znam kako da uzmem to, kod koga da pišem. Mislim, pitat ću ovog teknologa u žensku.
Bježi ti. Eno ti mlijeko u špaj i sandvič ti je nastao.
Da. Šta god.
Eventually, Darce pulls herself together to leave, but as she does, she encounters a strange man who comments on Legard's importance and how unexpected it is that he didn't make it. He gestures at a dark corridor, suggesting the three give it a look. After all, Legard came here for a reason. Legard's fate is decided simply by how quickly you can reach him. Sleeping, fighting, having a dalliance with the bunny masks, none of that matters. If the time on your file is under 30 minutes, the man is alive. If it's over, he's dead. Which is the canon outcome is a matter of debate, but due to the mutual exclusivity of certain confirmed canon events if things go otherwise, Legard's death would seem to be the likelier of the two. The dungeons are sacred to the old faith, a nexus where the barrier between worlds is thin. It is said to be one of the last places where a man may meet his creators, and according to the priests who now lie strewn about their own altar, a ritual is underway to bring about paradise. What exactly that means is uncertain, but Legard was supposed to be the key. Enki digs around the corpse pile until he pulls his prize free. A severed head. The funny dancing men are yellow mages, cultists of this head, the great wizard Nasra, who are here to do their master's bidding. Or they were until Enki killed them. The floating head can't help but laugh at his moxie, and once Enki explains that he had a vision that enlightenment awaits him in the depths, Nasra agrees to take him on as a pupil. Nasra is a fantastic party member. He's also incredibly foul-mouthed and will roast, sometimes literally, the hell out of a lot of the characters that you encounter. Hundreds of years ago, Nasra was known as the doom and terror of modern man. He's a villainous wizard in the mold of Vecna or Abdul al-Hazred, and though he and his cult venerate Grogorath, it's entirely transactional. The Yellow Mages believe in serving only insofar as it advances their aims, hating all gods and kings but themselves. As he wanders the cavern, smashing gnome eggs, he hears the snarl of a cave wolf. The six-eyed creature has a mouthful of razor teeth, but the Outlander senses a certain nobility in her bearing. She's a creature of the dark, but unlike so many others, she's held on to her sanity. He throws her some old meat, and in short order, the two are the best of friends. He names her Moonless, and the two travel the caverns, striking down evil and marking their territory wherever they go. The Cave Mother, as it turns out, survived its encounter with Darce. Wingless, it charges Ragnvaldr in the dark, but he strikes it down with a single stroke of his eastern sword. Near the village of the Dwellers, they encounter the Salmon Snake, a gigantic axolotl that may as well be a dragon. Ragnvaldr distracts it with a few of the remaining gnome eggs, while Moonless gets into position and tears out its eye. Blinded, the creature is no match for Eastern steel. The Salmon Snake is deceptively easy, especially if you have two party members. If you have a soul stone, killing it will grant the Salmon Snake's soul, an accessory that prevents bleeding and limb loss. The pair eventually bump into Enki and Nasra at the home of an alchemist who has taken up residence in the caverns. While the Outlander is initially skeptical, Nasra has a plan that's simply too good to pass up. Kahara follows along after Darce as she approaches the great doors and raises the cube. He tries to convince her to turn back, but she won't hear it. This had to mean something. The doors swing open, revealing a much older set of catacombs with unfamiliar architecture. The three evade the undead and defeat a multi-armed insect creature before finding their way through, only to discover something impossible. There's an entire city buried down here. Though the place is shrouded in darkness and fallen into ruin, they all recognize it. It's Mahab, city of the gods, the place where people wander in their dreams. They make their way down the cobbled streets until they encounter a large, hairy creature dragging a half-dead knight away into the darkness. Kahara gets a sinking feeling in his stomach as he once again finds himself playing hero. The monster speaks briefly about needing to capture people for its master, but the dumb brute doesn't remember who it serves or what its purpose is beyond that. Soon, it lies dead on the cobbles. The knight is Jeanne. She's badly wounded and has lost an arm, but she's alive. Jeanne is a member of Lord Buckman's party. She was searching for Captain Rudemer when she fell in battle and was captured. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of the man, and one of the party, Sir Cyril, is still missing. If he could be found, what's left of Buckman's party could at least be reunited. Unfortunately, Jeanne is gravely wounded and unable to make the trip back to her group herself. Left alone, she would not survive. Still, Darce refuses to turn back. Kahara is finally forced to admit that the woman has gone mad with grief, and he won't be able to convince her. But there's no reason to leave an innocent child with her. Supporting Jeanne with one arm, he takes the girl and leaves Darce to his lonely fate. Reunited, save for the missing Sir Cyril, Buckman's party begins to believe for the first time in days that there may still be hope for their expedition. Ragnvaldr listens as Enki discusses the riddle of the divine with his new friend Nasramas, a scholar and alchemist living deep in the mines. There's something otherworldly about the man, and he's as unsettling as he is kind. 800 years ago, a group of 5 people known as the Fellowship, Francois, Nilvan, Valtiel, Ron Shambara, and a 5th member forgotten by history sought Mahab, the city of the gods. The new world order established by the ascension of Almer had failed. The world was in chaos, and their intent was to either entreat the old gods for aid, or do what Almer had done, and become gods themselves. They fought their way into the city, chasing off the servants of the old gods and eventually claiming the throne for themselves. But, as Nasra will attest, they did not become real gods. Their ascension would provide them great longevity and fantastic powers, but they'd been duped, and they weren't even the first ones to try it. Mahab is a place where mortals seeking power have gone for centuries, only to be blinded, overwhelmed, and ultimately enslaved by it, carrying out the bidding of the old gods even as they thought they were replacing them. Once ascended, the Fellowship did succeed in bringing about a new world order, manipulating world events to shape human affairs according to their desires, but this age was fragile and only a little better than the last. Eventually, it too would fall to chaos as the feudal age crumbled under the stress of plague and warfare. Nostramus was the 5th member of the Fellowship, and he hands Enki a trinket, something to remind himself of who and what he is, a soul anchor should he ever face the divine. Leaving Nostramus to his studies, the two men, the floating head and the cave wolf, make their way to the catacombs and are surprised to find the doors to Mahab open. The ruined streets are quiet, and save for a few signs of violence, they see no one. Ragnvaldr is shocked to discover that the cube of the depths has been left in the slot on this machine. He reaches out to touch it, and with a flash of green light, the four find themselves above ground, the city of Mahab spread out around them in all its former splendor. The late afternoon sun offers no heat as it beats down on the Golden City, and the townspeople are no more than shadows. This feels more like an illusion than the real thing, or perhaps it's a little bit of both. They head down the streets of the past, scaling a tower that eventually takes them to a chamber with a large bed. As though compelled by the hazy atmosphere, they doze off and are overwhelmed with an intense shared dream. This is the capital city of Rondon. In contrast to Mahab's gilded towers, it's a muddy, miserable place, and something about it feels warped and alien. Finding themselves in a brothel, they witness an interaction between a man named Kahara and a woman named Celeste. Celeste is a sex worker, and it turns out she's pregnant. Though Kahara has always prized his freedom above everything else, for once he feels compelled to take responsibility. It's a job, he says, and it's dangerous. But it pays enough that the two could leave their uncertain occupations and settle down to raise a family together. Celeste worries for Kahara's safety, but she knows better than to try talking him out of it. The vision fades. The two were only phantoms, a part of the dream. They next find Enki crucified, not for any crime, but rather out of ennui. It's a ritual sacrifice. The man has learned all that he can through his studies and found nothing, so he consigns himself to Almer. But at the last minute, he sees a vision. The new gods whisper it in him. What he seeks can be found in the depths, and so he has his priests release him, and he's gone. Not far away, the very same priests claim that salvation is coming. Stepping over a few plague victims, the group leaves by the gate, and find themselves in a familiar battlefield in Oldegard. A pit grows in Ragnvaldr's stomach as he watches himself on that awful day, when he came home to discover that the Knights of the Midnight Sun had massacred the people of his village, who fought to the last to protect the cube he now carries. Within the Outlander's home, they find only inky blackness and an old woman spinning thread. After a moment, she explodes into movement, her body unfolding into some kind of articulated murder machine. They manage to dispatch the skin granny and are confronted with a final pair of visions. The guard, who believes that he has prophesied to bring about a new age, and Darce, who, despite her doubts, is willing to place her faith in her beloved and whatever he's planning. A half-nude woman descends toward the group, radiating brilliant white light. She is Nilvan the Ember, one of the new gods. She tells them that the time of the new gods is at an end, and that mankind was unable to break free from the old gods' influence. Something bigger and better is required. She asks that the group agree to see her child, a girl lost somewhere in the dungeon, to safety, down into the heart of darkness. She trusts her own soul to the men, hoping they can use it to accomplish what the Fellowship could not. They certainly haven't seen or heard of any child, but in an instant, Legard's plan is made clear. Legard must have intended to gather the souls of the four new gods in the hopes of combining them with his own, creating something more than they were in his ascent. To Natra, the idea seems patently moronic. It would mean climbing into the trap that the old gods had laid for ambitious men and expecting that this time, it was going to be different. Regardless, Ragnvaldr saw to it that no such thing would happen, and now Enki and Nasra both see an opportunity before them. For the Dark Priest, the souls may offer the key to enlightenment. For Nasra, this is just desserts. Nasra, as it turns out, was a new god. The Fellowship thought they were the first, but this too is a lie. The old gods have kept new gods as pawns for a very long time now, and just as Nasra outwitted Betel and stole his title, so too was he deposed by the Fellowship. The wizard now exists as an agent of chaos, and would be glad for the chance to tear down the phony pillars of order while also exacting his revenge. They proceed to the Grand Library, a palatial storehouse of knowledge populated by strange, artificial beings created by Valtiel, the Enlightened One. They try to fashion a new body for Nasra, but Valtiel's cloning devices result only in imperfect husks. As with many other things, the true secrets of creation remain hidden to the new gods. Valtiel himself is found in the depths of the library. He plunges off a deep ledge only to arise as a gigantic head that incessantly questions the group as they fend off its magical attacks. But soon, the thing is dead, and the soul of the Enlightened is theirs. Valtiel died having failed to ever achieve anything like the power or understanding of the old gods, a stern warning to Enki and a source of smug satisfaction for Nasra. Next, they track Ron Shambara, now known as the Tormented One, to an elaborate ritual. By creating a clone husk and sacrificing it, they're able to summon the Tormented One from its pool of blood. This is a two-stage fight. The first form is straightforward, but in the second stage, Ron will hook himself up to this gyroscope thing. He does massive damage, and you need to attack the outer wheels to make the inner body vulnerable. The god sinks into the pool, released from centuries of unknowable torment, and the group adds his soul to their collection. Now, only one god remains. They mow through a grisly collection of monsters in search of Francois, the dominating one, and find him in the present day, overseeing his kennel. But rather than the vicious warlord they'd imagined, he's a worn-out old man, well aware that he's been cozened. He's astonished to see Nasra in the few seconds he gets before he's incinerated. But his soul is not found among the ashes. If the Fellowship is to truly be defeated, then the group must face Francois in the past, at the height of his power. There is a little room in Mahab where one can visit the Hall of the Gods. Here, we learn what becomes of them when they retire. They're relinquished to this room to sit, talk, and ponder eternity, no longer able to influence the world. They'll answer questions, and they really have a lot to say about a surprising number of subjects. This has been criticized as telling, not showing, and while that's true, there's very little information here that couldn't be inferred from the game proper. The hall mostly serves as a place to clarify things one might have missed, or to have your lore theories confirmed. The important thing is to ask them about Nasra while he's still in your party.
Perhaps I'll find my purse. I think I'll head to Hapsal.
Hello?
You've met Garang, I take it. Then owing to our duties shared, I think you've had the power of the god. I serve that I might put this following on those who live in death, their mere existence, and so it is.
All that remains is to confront Francois at the throne.
Be sure to tell
This
me
time, it's not so easy. The Francois of the past has no idea of the snare he's caught in and fights like hell to preserve his dominion.
Greetings. My name is Roderica. Isn't this place near the Round Table Hall? Covert quarters of the I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us tarnished. Although, it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
But eventually, the three triumph, and he lies broken on the floor. Now carrying all four souls, Enki considers the throne. Nasra predated Valtiel, and Beitel came before that. It's unlikely that he was the first. The time-shifting devices mean that anyone who comes to this place seeking the throne, no matter when they do it, can arrive at this moment in the year 809. To the outside world, there's only been one set of new gods, but having met the alumni and visited the Great Hall, their numbers are clearly innumerable. Every so often, things get bad enough that someone comes here and does this all over again, putting themselves in a time loop and ensuring that eventually their divine tenure will be removed from the timeline when somebody else shows up to replace them. And the nature of entropy is that sooner or later, this happens no matter what. Or maybe not. Some writings suggest that the first new gods ascended centuries prior. Nasra's legacy certainly wasn't excised from history, and he maintains a cult to this day. So, what exactly is going on here? For Enki, leaving would mean turning his back on the biggest leap forward he could ever take. It wouldn't do to come this far and not try it. The Dark Priest ignores Nasra's warnings and sits on the throne. He finds himself alone in the void, a barren world far from his own. Its surface of barren gray stone is lit from within by a ghastly green glow. This place is what the new gods call the other side of the coin, the realm of the old gods. Here, in the presence of their power, ascension is made possible. Depending on who joins you in the green, you might learn more about it. Ragnvaldr has apparently been surviving here for a very long time, though we've just arrived. If you bring Legard, he says it's been a century since you sat on the throne, but somehow only an eye blink for you.
You are so very
The void exists outside of human understanding, and probably outside of time itself. This is Elder God business, and it's likely the source of all the timeline confusion. We aren't really meant to gain a complete understanding of Fear and Hunger's divinity. Understanding would diminish the mystery. So the best you can do is pick your favorite theory. I'm fond of the single time loop, but it might actually be the case that something much more chaotic is happening. Temporal confusion here also serves to eliminate some of the narrative pressure imposed by the canon that will be established in the sequel. If we're dealing with a time machine and an unknowable dimension outside of time, there's lots of room for multiple interpretations of this game's events to play out. In any case, Enki eventually finds his divine reflection, and in a moment he experiences centuries of divinity. In 809 AD, 8 centuries before his mortal birth, he becomes a new god, the Enlightened One, whose terrific power and wisdom shepherded humanity out of antiquity, through the Dark Ages and into the medieval age. All the power is there, waiting to snare and shackle him in the same repetitive cycle that has come countless times before, waiting to excise him from the timeline and keep all of humanity locked in a loop, a temporal prison to match the physical one which has become so familiar to the priest. But Enki has come prepared. He feels the soul anchor that Nosramas gave him, a reminder of who and what he is, and he turns away. Enki witnesses his own divinity, but he does not take that poison prize. Instead, he returns to the world, to his own time. Not a god, but one step closer to true enlightenment, which he has learned is not a destination, but a path without end. He, Nasra, and Ragnvaldr part ways. The unlikely trio have each found fulfillment in their quests. Legard and his plans are in ruins, the new gods are dead, and Enki has been transformed by his brush with divinity. Like Nosramas, who has dwelled in the caverns for centuries, he has become something more than human. Rather than turning inward, Enki uses his wisdom for the betterment of humanity. The Dark Priest was already a respected scholar, but his treatises on the divine, known as skin Bibles, will go on to become the definitive works of religious scholarship in the coming centuries. Something has chased Kahara and the girl into the caverns, and he's beginning to think he knows what it is. The Crow Mauler is all that remains of Captain Rudimer, who stood up to the darkness and lost his mind. And though he's managed to blind it with a vial of acid, the monster is relentless in pursuing him, as if trying to drive the pair somewhere. With nowhere left to run, the pair take a leap off the edge of a precipice, tumbling into the open maw of some dead or sleeping creature. The pair step out onto a pile of bodies, impossible in number. An entire kingdom lies dead beneath their feet. At least the Mauler hasn't pursued them, but where are they? The girl walks to the edge of the abyss, and Kahara begins to feel uneasy. The sensation grows until it's a gut-churning terror. It's coming from the girl.
Izaš, napolj, izaš, bravo, tvoj. Trados, idi gotovo, mislim da je gotovo, idi brzo.
She falls to the ground and screams, her little body twisting into impossible shapes.
Dole.
Kahara tries to help, but she's thrashing out of control.
Nema, idi dole. Uzmi bounty i skeniraj.
She recedes briefly into the dark and rapidly stretches and grows into something new and terrible. The girl, child of Neilvan the Endless, a deity now stricken from existence, and Legard, the dead subject of a failed prophecy, has ascended. Kahara knows none of this, but as he watches her protean body explode into different shapes, as he feels the pressure of burgeoning divinity, he realizes what he's looking at. This child, abandoned and trapped in a lifetime of terror and misery, has become the ultimate embodiment of all she's ever known. The god of fear and hunger is born. The god continues to grow and change, shifting from a representation of one little girl's misery to something more. Now she's a woman. Now she's a cavernous maw, dozens of arms reaching out as she comes to embody not just the suffering that she endured, but the suffering of others. Finally, the god settles on a faceless idol, abstract and anonymous, the kind of thing that anybody could see themselves in. It spends a moment gazing at the doll given to it by Darce, reflecting on the brief glimmer of kindness that the girl received in her last days. And then, it unleashes its divine energy on Kahara, who fights with everything he has. It isn't enough. It never could be. This is not one of the new gods. It's not a thing that can be fought. It's a concept with the weight of existence behind it. To struggle against it is not difficult or even impossible. It's meaningless. But Kahara does struggle, and in struggling, he suffers. That is something the newborn god understands.
Unutra tamo.
She acknowledges him, and the weight of that acknowledgement crushes him instantly. Ragnvaldr goes on to become a legend, not among men, but among the monsters that prowl in the dark, who learn to fear the so-called god of ultraviolence. He travels the world with his faithful companion, hunting these creatures down for the rest of his days, until in many places, their existence is relegated to the stuff of fairy tales. In the libraries and laboratories of Mahab, sleepless and on the verge of psychosis, Darce learned a secret. She was no mage, but that's okay. Someone had already done most of the work for her. She even found Sir Cyril. He'd lost a little weight, but all he needed was a mind elixir and he was good to go. She could have left with him, but there was still more important work to do. Fragmented instructions here and there contained all that she needed to prepare the spell of rebirth. And now, as she spills her blood, she's easily able to perform the incantation, as if some divine hand is guiding her. Once, that might have set off alarm bells, but Darce is no longer the woman she was. Legard's corpse sheds its skin, and a creature made of their intermingled blood rises from what was left of the man, calling itself a god. In the depths of delusion, she still believes that this is her beloved, and that one day he might feel the same. She continues to serve as his lieutenant, but he seems to have forgotten his lofty dreams of a new era, becoming little more than a bloodthirsty warlord. And what of Nasra? He too would venture to the heart of darkness. Though the old gods have left this world, their traces remain, and surely if he has the strength to defeat the new gods at the height of their power, he can challenge the traces of Grogroth. Ah well, nevertheless. Kahara's broken body lies on the alien plains of some unknown abyss, at the foot of the god of fear and hunger. He struggles to stand, but for some reason, he just can't. Celeste will never see Kahara again. She and her child will face the coming of a new age, unaware of the pivotal role that his sacrifice played.
Hello.
Fear and hunger is a being on par with the old gods. After centuries of struggle, mankind has gained a greater deity who understands and embodies the misery of human existence. She becomes the lash that drives industry, science, and commerce, and all their accompanying evils. Thus begins what will come to be known as the Cruel Age. These aren't the only stories found in Fear and Hunger, and they likely will not be the one that your playthrough tells. There are other gods to fight, other secrets to learn, and even if we're sticking to what Termina tells us is canon, there's a lot of wiggle room here, and that's a good thing. Everyone will have a different experience with Fear and Hunger.
Alright.
I don't think there's any other RPG quite like it. The ability for these disparate story threads to merely exist in this intertwined space feels miraculous in action. So what does Fear and Hunger actually have to say? There's some pretty dark stuff in the plot, and certainly more than I showed. And that's given it an undeserved reputation as some sort of try-hard edgelord game for sickos. People engaging in that kind of critique certainly have a point that these elements can be especially uncomfortable for some and that players ought not to be blindsided with them. I think most people, though we'd all draw the line at a different point, might agree that gratuitous content can serve to glorify violent acts or diminish their seriousness, especially if they're handled carelessly. But something about the way that Fear and Hunger presents its content feels much more like commiseration than gratuity. Much like its titular deity, the game gets it. Life can be downright terrible, and one way or another, we all get a turn on the rack. Misery is something that everybody has in common, and by unabashedly embracing the darkness, these story elements can serve as a reminder that wherever you've been, somebody else has been there too. Though the game is nowhere near as funny as its sequel, it does have its moments. The characters are simple, but they're fleshed out enough to care about. Enki, for instance, probably only has 10 or 12 lines in the entire game, but so much is suggested that it's not hard to imagine how he'd react to the bizarre situations your party runs into. The character art helps a lot with this. I mean, look at him. You know exactly what kind of guy this is. This game is good. It's really, really good. I've said in a review that its sequel, Termina, might be a better entry point due to its polish, but I think the original has a lot of strengths that the sequel lacks. And its impenetrability might actually add to them. If Termina is a cut and polished diamond, the first game is a meteorite made out of solid gold that crashes into your house and takes your leg clean off. It's tough, yeah, but that's a one-of-a-kind experience.
Huh?
The game is less than $10 on Steam or itch.io. I really hope you'll check it out, or at least...
A, misli na kontraband. A nema to, mislim nema pointe. Ako nećeš da ga koristiš, ne znam šta će ti bez ove.
Pa vidiš, hoću da ga skinem, on me pita kao da ćete ga diskardujemo i diskardujemo automat.
Šta će ti? Ja sam bacio 20 aprkat.
Ostavi lovca, brate, igraj s novim lovcem.
Pa da, to ću raditi.
To kad igraš s Milanom, šta? Da poneseš automat?
Da će drugo.
Da, onako je džabe. Akcija i samo akcija.
Please go hit up the sequel, which I've done a shorter, spoiler-free review on. Thank you all, and... Let's talk about Termina. In my analysis of the first game, I was able to use Termina's canon events as guideposts. It's established, for instance, that Enki, Moonless, and Ragnvaldr survived their trips to the dungeon, and that Lagarde came back a changed man. This meant that certain events couldn't be canon, and that others had to happen, one way or another. Termina is a new game, and Part 3 is several years on, so this time we'll be working without the benefit of established canon. We only know what can happen, not what must. So in this analysis, I'll instead be presenting the story as the player receives it, and where appropriate, I'll chase down and explain possible alternatives. I'll also occasionally be diving into some theorizing based on the limited evidence we're given, but if this is meant to be an analysis of the work itself, I'll try to stick to the facts. Fear and Hunger is intentionally told in a vague way. There are often contradicting facts, and pretty much everything can be suspected of being a product of unreliable narration. It's also a running theme in the game that two seemingly mutually exclusive facts can simultaneously be both true and false. It's a Schrodinger's canon, folks, and anytime you spot an apparent contradiction, consider it carefully.
Delice, ali
Remember that this analysis of mine,
ne znam kako ti objasnim.
I've certainly done my homework, but there's
Dobiješ 1-2 metka. Možda nosiš 6 aperkata, dobit ćeš 1 metak.
with that out of the way,
Imaćeš samo više municije u startu, a kasnije kad budeš počeo da otvaraš one kutije za municiju dobit ćeš ništa.
people are similar, but one major difference is that gods and monsters
Ljudi su to nosili zato što ajde, imaš više municije, ono max, ali i dobiješ više municije kad otvaraš sanduk. A sad, ne.
Not out of malice, but only to give Sylvian room to create more. Sylvian and Grogaroth had a child.
1, 2. Isto kao što dobiješ samo za aperkat.
There was also the trickster moon god Rare, whose light reveals truth that cannot be seen in the day, and the god of the depths, who holds dominion over the desperate, the rotten, and all things that dwell in the dark. These beings make up a group known as the Old Gods. On a clock in Termina, you can see a collection of their sigils, and note that some are unaccounted for. We'll circle back to this later. There are 3 other entities which are a bit more obscure. The first is Igai-Getsu. This is said to be an Eastern deity who is sought out by warriors who have lost their purpose. Getsu is the Japanese word for moon, but that could be a coincidence. In any case, not much else is said about the moon. Vitruvia is a little more interesting. She's called the architect of the human body. She is mostly referenced by a few abilities which allow the user to sacrifice limbs or organs to the goddess in order to perform feats of medicine via the principle of equivalent exchange. These 2 entities could be old gods, but if so, this is never confirmed and we don't really get any more explanation about them. The unassigned clock symbols could belong to them, but without confirmation it's impossible to say for sure. At the very least, they tell us that we don't have the full picture. There could be many more divine beings that the game simply doesn't tell us about, especially among the other cultures of the world. The old gods are unknowable, all-powerful entities on a scale the human mind can never conceive of. They are living concepts that are ever present in the world and simultaneously infinitely remote. Venushka is not simply a powerful guy that causes nature to exist, he is nature itself. And so on. The second group of deities are known as new gods. New gods are mortals who have made a pilgrimage to the lost city of Mahab and sat in its distant throne, thereby ascending to godhood. Unlike the old gods, new gods usually appear more or less human and are active in the world as individuals. They have amazing powers that appear to partially exist outside of the known boundaries of time and space, but they are neither omnipotent nor indestructible. They're more like superheroes, capable of conquering kingdoms and uniting people, but ultimately temporary and fallible. New gods are classified by which soul they have, which is something akin to the zodiac sign. Every living human has one of these souls. Olivia's backstory tells us that being born just after the stroke of midnight, and thereby on a different month than her twin sister, caused the 2 to have different soul types. Henrik mentions his soul to the player in the same casual cadence that one might say they were a Sagittarius. The Kaiser Critique, a document found in Termina, makes it clear that Fear and Hunger's world uses the same months as our own. If we refer again to the clock in Termina, we can see 24 unknown symbols, which may suggest that there are 24 signs, 2 for each month, so it would be. In no particular order, the known souls are the ancient, decrepit, latent, shadowed, radiating, enlightened, endless, dominating, tormented, solitary, tainted, blank, heartless, mourning, chaotic, caressing, suffocated, and changeling. If the clock theory is correct, this would leave a further 6 unknown souls. As with zodiac signs, a person's soul is said to influence their personality in the course of their life, but ultimately people have free will. When a human becomes a new god, they are nearly always overwhelmed and enslaved by the power they receive. To some degree, they lose their former individuality, becoming an avatar of whatever soul they embody. In Fear and Hunger, this is revealed to be a trap laid by the old gods to prevent ambitious mortals from climbing any higher. However, while we the players learn this, it remains unknown to most of the world. The oldest known new god is Betel, who appears to have reigned some time after the year 0. It was Betel who had Mahab's Grand Library constructed. Betel and the other new gods in the day would eventually be deposed in the 5th century by a group including a mortal wizard named Nasra, and Betel's divinity would quickly be mostly forgotten. This would seem to be the fate of most other new gods, as the phenomenon is referenced a few other times. Future generations only seem to remember them as kings or mythological figures, not as real deities who had power in the world. Nasra is a recurring figure in both games who best represents mortal ambition in the face of divine might. As a new god, Nasra was extremely brutal. He conquered the Eastern Sanctuaries, this world's version of the Ottoman Empire, and led it to be the dominant force in the world. However, he ultimately remained unfulfilled, quickly realizing the limits of his newfound power as a god emperor. The other new gods, sitting in a hall that essentially serves as a retirement home once their tenure is up, complained that he behaved in extreme and cruel ways unbefitting of his station. While he's certainly just that kind of guy, this probably speaks to the frustration he felt when he discovered the divine glass skill. Like a kid grown bored of cheating at Grand Theft Auto, he had all the power, but none of the satisfaction. The final divine group is known as the Ascended Ones. History tells us that a man named Almer was born in antiquity, the son of someone known only as the false god, and
Jessica Smart.
He would travel to Eastern Sanctuaries, helping the downtrodden and calling out corruption as he went. He became very popular with the poor, and the sultans eventually took offense. They had him crucified, but when he died, he was laid to rest in the city of Mahab. Shortly thereafter, he returned as a god and led his apostles to overthrow their rulers. They established a new faith, and much like Christianity in the real world, this would largely replace the worship of old gods in the West. This marked the dawn of the Common Era.
Ne znam koliko ti je ovo bitno, ali...
This is a point a lot of people seem to miss. Both of these games take place in locations where the old gods are unusually active. But outside of places like the backwater city of Prehevil and the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, Almer's religion is so successful that it has basically driven the old faith to the fringes. We meet characters who follow them, certainly, but these are strange and special people. By the time Termina takes place, most people in the world have never heard of the old gods. If they have, they consider it outdated superstition, or their understanding is very limited. The famous dark priest Enki Ankarian claims that he witnessed the death of the god of the depths, and that Vinushka, the old god of nature, fought a long and brutal war against human civilization and was ultimately tamed and killed. But what is death to such a being? That is not dead which can eternal lie, and as long as the barest trace of a concept exists in the mortal mind, it has power. But the power is less there was, or at least it is less present. Even the old gods who still live have left the world.
Šunja se ovdje s batinom u ruci.
Came to understand them better. No one person's idea of absolute and total destruction is exactly like anyone else's. Therefore, Grogoroth cannot exist in the world in his true, pure form. The same went for every other old god in turn. But though their primary selves have pulled away from the world, the traces left behind by the old gods are still able to affect reality, carrying out their residual will and granting magic to those who learn their secrets.
Gledao sam koji je najbolji... Ovaj luk nije loš, ali čini mi se da samostal može da ima veći DPS, zato što se lakše upgrade.
Almer brought about renewed peace and prosperity for the Western world, but this began to falter over the centuries, and by the year 809, Europa had fallen under a dark age.
JBGZA Donas.
The Fellowship, a group of
Nema
former
veze, sutra.
ventured into Mahab, beheaded Nasra, and claimed the throne.
Nisam ništa progresao, samo sam malo tabao. Također, moram sam popijem ovaj... Kapiram.
In 1590, a man named Lagard was prophesied to bring about a new age, and ventured to Mahab to try to find a way to surpass the new gods. Once he got there, and there will be more on this later, he either succeeded, becoming a new god with greater power than normal, or he died and was resurrected as something else. Put a pin in that. We will come back to it later. Whatever the case, Lagard was a Machiavellian figure for whom the ends always justified the means, and in his blind rush to power he did many terrible things, slaughtering innocent people in Oldegard, purposefully sacrificing his mercenary company in a doomed assault on his own country, and lying to his most trusted lieutenant and leading her into the jaws of torment. Along the way, he fathered a child with one of the new gods, Nilvan. This would prove to be his downfall. It was Nilvan who had the last laugh, leveraging the weight of Lagard's prophecy to ensure that her child would become something even greater. Her scheme was opposed by the moon god Rare, so she hid the child underground in the dungeons, and arranged to have her taken into the heart of darkness, a black pit located in the bowels of the gigantic carcass that was once the god of the depths. There, the girl would ascend, taking on the dead god's divinity and becoming the same sort of being as Almer, a deity on par with the old gods. The god of fear and hunger did not lead people away from Almer. but rather drove them forward to advance socially and technologically into the modern age. While Almer was human once, he was perfect in his divinity, something no mortal could ever be. Fear and Hunger, on the other hand, knew what it meant to be helpless and afraid, and people took comfort, for once seeing a god share in their struggles. They learned to embrace hardship and let it drive them to greater heights of innovation and industry. This left the garden his lofty aspirations in the dust. His way was the old way, and the old way wasn't going to fly anymore. He became known as a bloodthirsty madman, experiencing only failure and spreading only misery in a doomed campaign to unite the world under a single banner. He eventually faded from history, and where his name is written, he is called the Mad Yellow King. We're never shown what sort of worship the god of fear and hunger is given, or if she is even worshipped at all. The gods in this setting do not appear to rely on worship in the same way they do in, for instance, Dungeons & Dragons, and their influence extends well beyond any religious practices associated with them. Over the next 350 years, Western civilization would experience the Cruel Age. Though industrialization, the market economy, mass production, and the formation of the modern nation-state would improve life for many, these advancements just as often led to new horrors. Urban poverty, new diseases, human rights violations, and most of all, war. The First Great War killed millions across Europa, and the Eastern Sanctuaries, now joined with Voronia in the east, formed the Eastern Union, which we can roughly equate to the USSR. The continent was left in shambles, leaving thousands of orphans and throwing a bitter shadow of resentment over the Western world. During that time, a mysterious figure would take power in the country of Bremen, and under a black and yellow flag they would rebuild. Bremen is this world's version of Germany, and the sudden rise of a dictator after this world's version of the First World War should be setting off alarm bells. The dictator would rarely be seen in public, and always hidden under a yellow cloak. People would whisper that he was the Mad Yellow King, or even a god. Finland, Fear and Hunger's version of America, is only sparsely colonized in 1942 and can offer no support in the war. This is because until fairly recently, the continent was overrun with magical darkness and infested with monsters. Its current status appears to be somewhat safer, but this isn't really explored very well. Just know that there aren't many people living there. As the times change in Fear and Hunger, so too does the nature of the supernatural. By time traveling to antiquity in Mahab, the cast of the first game can discover what they refer to as a mythological beast, implying that they weren't aware that such creatures actually existed. In the 16th century, our dragons looked more like this, still terrible, but greatly diminished by humanity's understanding and mastery over their environment. We know from the text on a certain item that there were Egyptian vampire hunts in the 17th century. We'll dig more into this later, but it suggests that the more obvious monsters had been slain, and the Western world was now turning inward, looking for the monsters that lurked among them. This is analogous to a setting like the World of Darkness, where monsters operated with relative impunity in the Dark Ages, but had to retreat to the shadows once human society became organized enough to turn the hunter into the hunted. Without an America to swoop in and aid against the Bremen army, things go very badly for the rest of Europa when the Second Great War breaks out. Bremen's unchecked expansion threatens the entire Western world, and just like the Mad Yellow King of the past, Kaiser and his forces become infamous for committing terrible atrocities wherever they go. But suddenly, in the midst of what seemed like an unstoppable conquest, Kaiser halted his armies and agreed to peace talks. Now, as the war is winding down, a train chugs across the Bohemian countryside, on its way to Preheview. Preheview is a city in the middle of nowhere. It's the world's analog for Prague, which in 1942 was located in Czechoslovakia and hadn't yet become the tourism destination it is today. Until recently, this country was part of the Eastern Union, but now it's been captured by Kaiser's army. Regardless of who's in charge, with hostilities ended, it should be safe for civilians to come and go. And so it is that 14 people fall asleep all at once as they approach the edge of town. The player begins by choosing a character from a sizable roster. We'll pick Marina, the occultist, for now. Marina nods off and experiences a strange nightmare. A nasty-looking man with blue paint on his body forces her to work, fashioning cubes in a bizarre workshop made of warped wood. Eventually, a young woman in a pink dress beckons her to come along. She tries to run away and is swiftly beaten down and punished. The monster saws both of her legs off and tells her to get back to work, ignoring her screams of agony. Eventually, she drags herself down a dark corridor into a bizarre hall filled with giants sitting quietly in the dark. Of course, we recognize the cubes, and we recognize the giants. The cubes appear to be facsimiles of the Cube of the Depths, an artifact that granted passage to Mahabre in the first game. And this is the Hall of the Gods, where the new gods retire after completing their tenure. Most of the characters have no idea what this place is or who these figures are, but we do, and it's certainly a bizarre way to kick things off. After some hissing static, which is something we should keep in mind, Marina is transported to the top of a tall tower beneath a warped version of the moon that stares down at her with a leering grin. Her legs have somehow been healed, and a man dressed like a jester greets her in a monotone voice. This is Perkala. He claims to be a servant of the old god Rare, the trickster moon. He tells Marina that Termina is here and that she must seek the tower, that 14 must become one. His words are cryptic, but it would seem that she's been thrust into some sort of battle royale. The dream ends and she finds the train stopped and empty. Outside, a group of people discuss the situation. It seems that everybody had the same dream, and nobody can figure out what's wrong with the train or where the conductor is. A strange mist blankets the landscape, and everyone's on edge. A few of the passengers left immediately, and at least one is hiding. The rest are debating whether to walk the rest of the way to town or to wait for help. Karen, a journalist for the Midnight Gazette, postulates that they've been subjected to some kind of chemical attack from the Bremen army and experienced a shared hallucination. This starts an argument with Don, a medic, who assures her that hallucinogens don't work that way, although he doesn't seem to offer a better explanation. What we learn straight away is that almost nobody here knows or believes in the old gods, and the idea of a magical dream is so unsettling and strange to people in modern times that they can't quite get their heads around it. But Marina knows that the old powers never left, and that magic and mystery still lurk behind the facade of the secular world. Marina's family has deep ties to the Vatican. It's a tradition that every firstborn son in her line must undergo a lifetime of study and suffering to become a dark priest, a man of the cloth who follows both Almer and the old gods. Life is cruel for the dark priests, who receive great power at a greater cost. The old gods are wicked and capricious, and the men who are bound to them must harden their hearts against the suffering of themselves and others. There's no room for human morals among the likes of Sylvian and Grogorod. So, when Marina was born, her mother simply told everyone that she'd had a daughter instead of a son, and raised her as a girl to save her from the priesthood. This worked, and perhaps more surprisingly, as Marina grew old enough to understand what was going on, she decided she was happier as a girl anyway. It simply felt natural to her. This may be because Marina has the changeling soul. We aren't told specifically what this means, but in European folklore, a changeling is a fairy creature, left behind as a decoy or a trade when the fair folk kidnap a human baby. In a sense, that's what Marina's mother did with her, trading one future for another. Though she avoided the priesthood, Marina still received an education in the occult. She proved to be unusually talented and was eventually sent to the Vatican to study the old gods and the principles of magic, becoming sort of a dark Catholic schoolgirl. Her studies teach her the ability to engrave divine sigils, carving them into allies' faces to grant permanent stat boosts, and necromancy, the ability to raise certain corpses as zombies to fight with them. Marina is too weak to wield two-handed weapons and initially lacks in magical offense. She's something of a support character, though with the right equipment, she can become very dangerous. Not long ago, Marina received a letter from her dad, Father Dormet. The man had always been distant and cold. Marina was never sure whether he knew about her origins or whether he was just jealous of her talent for the occult and the carefree lifestyle afforded to her by her gender. Regardless, the two had never gotten along, and as soon as she could, Marina simply cut off contact with him. The letter explained, in cold and emotionless terms, that her mother was dead, saying little else. When Marina tried to call home, she discovered the telephone operator was unable to connect any calls in the entire vicinity of Preheville. This could be explained by the war, but still, something was off. Marina knows her father. She knows about his obsession with blood magic, and that certain rituals require the blood of a loved one. She immediately suspects he might have done something terrible, and so she has come to Preheville to confront Father Domek and learn the truth. Henrik stands around, catcalling Abella as she tries to fix the train. She snaps back at him, telling him to make himself useful, so he does just that. Henrik is a bit of an oddity. Originally from Rondon, he's rather cagey about his background and his reasons for being in Preheville. Eventually, he will tell us that he's a failed artist who has since become a cook, and he's quite a good one. He seems rather interested in Prehevillian cuisine, but Marina, a local, says the food here is terrible. This could come down to a difference of opinion, but it leaves some room for doubting Henrik's tale, especially as this is probably the worst possible time to come here. Even ignoring Termina, which few could have predicted, Kaiser's army has just taken the city and it seems unlikely that the fighting is truly over. So, why now? Henrik is one of the non-playable contestants. He tells us he has the smothered soul, and despite the catcalling, he mostly seems like a pretty pleasant guy. If the player kills him and acquires his soul, they may gain some of his talent, allowing them to cook superior food. He's also especially skilled at melee combat, which is never properly explained. Henrik wanders off to try to find some food, heading north into Old Town. Several of the contestants are still waiting around by the train, and if he can feed everybody, then nobody can say he's not helping. Abella winds up going in the other direction, deeper into the forest. She can't figure out why the train isn't working, but if she can pick up some more tools or spare parts, she might be able to rig up some kind of a solution. Abella comes from Oldegard. At 27, she has lived her entire life under the shadow of war, which has devoured young men by the thousands, leaving towns and cities across Europe deprived of workers. Wanting to do her part, Abella picked up a trade and became an engineer, living a life of hard but fulfilling work that has left her physically fit and capable in all kinds of situations. One day, she stumbled across a wounded man who turned out to be a member of a clandestine resistance group, the Nameless Liberty Underground, or NLU. The NLU is an international organization of freedom fighters determined to struggle against the totalitarian regimes of both the Bremen Empire and the Eastern Union. These groups conduct espionage and sabotage missions all over Europa, attempting to throw a wrench into the gears of war and break down the authoritarian regimes, returning power to the people. Abella is here on a mission for the NLU. When the Bremen army took Preheville, a group of NLU operatives were sent to the city to get eyes on the operation, but quickly lost contact with their handlers. Abella has been sent in to find them and offer any assistance she can, having been told that she would recognize the leader of the Bohemian branch of the resistance by her red shoes. There's definitely a girl in the dream that fit the description, but was that really her? Along the way, she passes a terrifying sight, a ruined shack with dismembered bodies nailed to the wall. Did the Bremen army do this? Another passenger comes along moments later, and they're both left staring in stunned horror. Kida Tanaka is a businessman from Edo. He's come all the way to Preheville to meet with some of the locals and secure a business deal so that his family's company can take advantage of the post-war chaos. Tanaka's latent soul is really holding him back. Though his familial wealth and connections should be opening all kinds of doors for him, the man has zero confidence and fears that he has failed to live up to his father's expectations. He's not currently a playable character, but if the player acquires his soul, they're able to unlock several stat upgrades, suggesting that Tanaka might one day reach his true potential. Though kind and well-mannered, Tanaka is completely hapless and will die under several circumstances. Keeping him alive requires careful routing. Karen Sauer storms off, frustrated with Don's aloof attitude and casual dismissal. She's been informed by a contact in a local resistance group that Kaiser had a very specific reason for coming here. And while she can't go talking about that to a stranger, under the circumstances, her suspicions about a Bremen plot aren't as far-fetched as they might sound. Karen was born to an up-and-coming family in the Bremen Empire. At a young age, she saw the rise of populist factions following the First Great War. And eventually, the elites threw the Sauer family to the wolves. Riots began heating up, and when it looked like their home might be targeted, the family's nanny, a woman named Thalia, bundled young Karen up and ran off with her, taking the child to her home city of Jataya in the Eastern Union. Thalia assured the girl that she'd been paid to take her to safety, but Karen was always suspicious that she'd actually been kidnapped. The oppressive government of the Eastern Union came down hard on the people, and while Karen had a relatively comfortable life, she couldn't stand by and watch while others suffered. She joined a civil rights group and began attending protests, which eventually led to her being hospitalized by the police. By chance, she was caught on film at the protest and noticed by Bremen authorities, who'd been looking for the missing girl. She returned to her home country to find it a changed place. Her father was killed when an angry mob attacked their home, but things had settled down ever since a mysterious man known only as Kaiser became Chancellor of the Empire, despite having no apparent involvement in politics before that. Karen became a journalist, and over the course of her career devoted a lot of time to trying to figure this mysterious figure out. Along the way, she uncovered conspiracy theories about a secret society known as the New Gods, who'd been manipulating global politics to orchestrate first one great war, then a second. Kaiser was said to have some sort of a tie to this group. These seemed like crackpot theories, but the more Karen dug, the weirder things started to look. Despite being from Bremen, Karen is staunchly opposed to the war and Bremen expansionism, and knowing that Kaiser is here in Fernaville has given her the perfect opportunity to uncover the truth behind the war, unmask Kaiser, and shed light on the atrocities that he's committed in her country's name. Karen is an interesting character. Like Kahara from the first game, she bears the Endless Soul and can similarly learn lockpicking and the improved escape ability. She doesn't have any particularly good attack skills, but she can begin play with a pistol, which can soften or even kill targets before a fight. Like Kahara, Karen feels the pull of responsibility despite her free spirit, and works as an activist that seeks to take down the powerful and corrupt for the benefit of the downtrodden. She has an acid tongue and little patience for others, but despite her bristly attitude, she's learned to use diplomacy to her advantage. She crosses a stream and walks along the lake's edge when suddenly a shot rings out from behind the trees. There, she spots a man, one of the locals, taking aim at her with a hunting rifle. Meanwhile, in completely the opposite direction, Adela comes across a cottage in the woods. She's about to ask for help. This is the Woodsman, an optimal early game boss. He carries an axe and wears a black duster and nothing else. He will slowly approach the player character and try to attack them with his axe. But that's only half the problem. What at first look like dangly bits can actually drop off, revealing itself to be a monstrous parasite. It will attempt to attack the protagonist, forcing a coin toss. If the player calls the flip incorrectly, the parasite will attach to them like a face hugger from the perhaps more aptly like a head crab from Half-Life. In battle, this is a death sentence. If the protagonist becomes incapable of acting, he will usually be promptly killed by the Woodsman. The Woodsman is a very difficult enemy at the end of the game. His axe will remove limbs when it hits, similar to the guard's cleavers in the first game. He'll also punch the player with his offhand, doing nearly as much damage, and the parasite will engage after just a few turns. It's best to avoid the Woodsman in the beginning, as you can get most of the loot out of his house without fighting him, and the rewards for taking him down aren't great. If you can manage it, you'll receive a key and his hatchet, which is almost certainly a better weapon than what you started with. A note in the Woodsman's bedroom and the grisly tableau in the basement paint quite the picture. The Woodsman and his wife lived out here on the edge of town, and at some point they acquired a goat, which proceeded to ruin everything. The goat claimed his house, it took his wife, it took his dignity, and it took his faith. The Woodsman locked his wife in the basement to try to keep her away from the goat, but unfortunately she met her end down there. It looks like she attempted to use her own blood to draw a sigil of the moon god Rare in the ritual circle, as well as a few unhinged notes on the walls. A note in her lap reads, "I will rejoin my lover on the other side." It doesn't sound like she was talking about the Woodsman. Marco's on edge. Not long after everyone awoke, he witnessed a foul-tempered man getting off the train. It was Caligura, captain of a rival branch of the family. Marco grew up as a street urchin in Vatican City, doing whatever it took to support himself and his sister. Life was tough, and the other kids used to pick on him. But one day he realized he was growing bigger and stronger than his bullies, and he started fighting back. Before long, people were offering to pay him for work as hired muscle. He moved on to underground boxing rings, where he caught the attention of the family, the crime syndicate that controls Vatican City's underworld. Marco never had a taste for the criminal lifestyle. He stuck to his principles and turned down their offers to hire him as an enforcer, so they made him another one. go pro in the ring. He initially refused, but finally caved, wanting to give his sister a better life. Unfortunately, she fell in love with the mafia captain who'd gotten him into the professional circuit, Ricardo Accardo. So, when they asked him to kill a man in the ring, he refused. But then they stopped asking. They had his sister, and he was going to do what they wanted, or it'd be her head. So it was that Marco carried out the hit, beating his opponent to death during a match and making it look like an accident. The guilt tore him up, and he began to look for a way out. There wasn't one. Accardo sensed that Marco wasn't going to be happy about the situation and made sure never to see him alone. But Marco's a pretty straightforward guy. So one day he simply went to the club and bashed Accardo's face in, then threw him off a balcony and killed him in front of all of his guys. We like Marco. Now he's on the run. There is no reason that Caligula should have been on a random train in Bohemia, but here he is. Marco decides not to push his luck. He stays on the train with the others, mostly keeping to himself. Marco's an incredible character. He has access to a number of unique feats that can make him a defensive or offensive powerhouse, and with barehanded proficiency, his fists are better than almost all of the weapons in the game. Despite his tough exterior and brutish reputation, Marco has a soft side. He can't help but notice a young woman who can't stand up, smiling cheerfully despite everything.